Distinguished guests, dear Vice Minister Arnoldas Pranckevičius, dear participants, good morning, labas rytas, labrit, or tere homikust to everybody who joined us today live or virtually on YouTube and Facebook. I am Justinas Kulys, Project Manager at the leading Lithuanian think tank on international affairs, the Eastern Europe Studies Center. It is my great pleasure to welcome all of you to the Baltic States Youth Debate, Baltic Youth Vision for Europe. The Eastern Europe Studies Center cooperated with Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Lithuania, the Debating Society, Jaunimo debatai, the German Baltic Youth Office, and the Lithuanian Youth Council to organize this event in the framework of the Conference on the Future of Europe. Young people from 3 Baltic states, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, will debate on what kind of future of Europe they want to create. It's our great pleasure to be one of the key partners of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Lithuania in implementing the Conference on the Future of Europe in Lithuania. And I would like to invite one of Lithuania's most dedicated Europeans, Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Lithuania, Mr. Arnoldas Pranckevičius, for his welcoming speech.
Thank you very much, Justina, and good morning to everyone. It is really a great pleasure and great honor on behalf of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Lithuania to congratulate you all with this very unique event. I'm extremely happy that you managed to pull it through. I know it was a great challenge and I think a great opportunity, for the Baltic youth to come together and to discuss together the future of Europe. Your 2 subjects today are super important and very interesting. I myself have also strong opinions about them, but will not share them in order not to influence the debate, which we'll be, observing quite soon. But I think, this conference on the future of Europe, which was already ongoing since May and will go all the way till next year's May, is a great opportunity, indeed, for all of us, to have a say, and especially for the young people, because really when we were devising the conference and discussing about it among the member states, the key audience and indeed the key participants in this conference, in all of our views, were young people. The youth that already today creates history and is so active politically and civically, and therefore it is so important that your contribution is visible, strong, energetic in this conference. There are many issues at stake which currently define our European Union, not least the climate crisis, which is indeed the crisis of this generation, and that only was, in many ways made even more present despite the pandemic. And we're all watching the results of COVID-19 on our lives, but also on our nature. But also we have just finished the COP26 meeting in Glasgow, which probably not all of us are very happy and enthusiastic about. So it's a chance to discuss how we as Europeans can not only be consistent with our aims to become climate neutral by 2050, but also how to build an effective global coalition for fighting climate change. A second topic, which also I think is very important, is digital transformation. All of the changes that are happening in the field of artificial intelligence and big data, and how we, again, as European Union, as citizens, can employ the digital tools in order to empower people, in order to empower our businesses and economies, rather than make those tools divisive and create digital bubbles, increasingly not talking with each other and not understanding each other and living in their own worlds of conspiracies and half-truths, which we have seen during this infodemic. Thirdly, of course, migration, which suddenly also collapsed on our region as a very important topic, not least because of the hybrid attack from Lukashenko regime. But this topic as such is a major topic for Europe, for the world, for decades to come, not only because of ethnic wars, civil conflicts, or indeed the pressure of autocratic regimes, but also due to climate crisis and other very important threats that will define the migratory flows in the world, and Europe has to not only devise its common policy in this regard, but be prepared for this very, very important trend in the future. And fourth and last but not least, and which relates to the culture of debate, is democratic culture, democracy, human rights and rule of law, that no longer is just a paper concept. More increasingly, we need to defend those principles in the world, but also here in Europe, where we have to stand up for the principles of rule of law and human rights in everyday life, in order to make sure that we as Europeans can save this world of human dignity and individual liberties for the future generations. So there are so many issues at hand, and I hope that in today's debate you also will show this great European spirit of talking with each other, of looking for compromise, of not only talking but also listening, of never overestimate yourself and never underestimating the others, of really trying to make sure that we always find the place and time for dialogue and for understanding each other. So best of luck today. I'm really looking forward to watching your debates, and I'm very happy once again about this great initiative of the Baltic Youth Debate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pranskevičius. We're also happy to receive a video welcoming remark from our northern neighbors. Mr. Mark Wolmer, Undersecretary for European Affairs, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Estonia.
Dear participants, my good Lithuanian and Latvian colleagues, and of course good people of the Eastern European Studies Center. It is pleasure and pure pleasure to be here and contribute to the future of Europe and to this debate with young people from Estonia, Latvia and Lithuania. Unfortunately, I cannot be present with you at this time. So I do my very best to share my thoughts recorded on this video. In Estonia, we have organized the public discussions for students of the secondary schools and university students similar to this discussion. Some of our events have been more general, with the aim to introduce the initiative as such and to make younger people familiar with the concept of Conference of the Future. However, there have been also very focused and good debates about the economy, climate change, foreign policy, and the global role of the European Union. The European integration has resulted in the multidimensional effects to the political, economic, and cultural spheres of each individual member state, and Europe as a whole, of course. It contains the efforts of every individual person. You, young people, living in Europe, you formulate your choices, your beliefs, your actions, and that will affect the future of Europe, our common future. So please study, experience, communicate, use every opportunity to debate with others, widen your knowledge, and take open approach if there are questions which have several correct answers. On the other hand, if you notice that there are things which work already very well, then probably no need to change them. So the choices in European debates are not easy. There are rarely easy answers, as you are about to find out in your hopefully very lively and fruitful discussions on the concept of universal basic income, not easy topic, as well as common European army, even more difficult topic. So I wish you all the best, learn something new, and stay calm.
We send our warmest greetings to our Estonian friends, and now I want to give the floor to Viltė Sinkevičiūtė from Jaunimo Debatai, who will be moderating the first debate panel. Thank you, and we hope to have an excellent debate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Justinas, and thank you, Eastern Europe Studies Center, for hosting this event and for having us here. It's a huge honor to be here and to be moderating the first debate panel. So without further ado, the topic of the first debate panel is, should the EU provide universal basic income for its citizens? The participants of the first debate panel are Robertas Remika from Jaunimo Debatai in Lithuania, Rosita Katrina Spica from the Deutsch-Baltisches Jugendwerk in Latvia, and Lara Loza from also the Deutsch-Baltisches Jugendwerk in Estonia. It's also an honor to have our commission for this debate, who are Elena Leontieva, the president and chair of the board in the Lithuanian Free Market Institute, Vidmantas Mitkus, the board member of the Lithuanian Youth Council, and Carlos Kleiman, a student of political science at University of Tartu and former vice president of the Society of International Relations. A reminder about the rules of this debate. Each participant will have 10 minutes to present their opening statements. After the statement, it'll be time for the Q&A session, as well as remarks from the other two debaters. And so we will have 3 sessions of statements and discussions in total, after which each participant will have an additional 2 to 3 minutes for their final statements. If a debater takes too much time for their speech, I, as the moderator, will raise my virtual Zoom hand, which will be a signal for the debaters to wrap up their speech. So without further ado, I think I can give the floor to Robertas to start off the debate.
Greetings, everyone. Thank you for having me. The discussion of today is whether should universal basic income be implemented by the European Union. Well, my personal opinion is yes. I believe universal basic income should be implemented in the European Union because not only does it help the workers have better economical conditions in this capitalistic environment, it can also save lives. I will go further with my arguments by saying that firstly, it helps the people not through economy, but at health as well. When we talk about universal basic income, one of the main aspects is that people will no longer be forced to work low-paying and heavy labor jobs just because that they cannot afford their basic needs as set out by Maslow's hierarchic pyramid. They will be able to choose freely what they want to do and will no longer depend on those low-paying jobs, meaning that we will have a higher chance, not just for the European Union, but for the whole world as well, to get more artists, to get more scientists, and to have more people living a happier life. Another thing that the universal basic income helps is their psychological health. People, when they no longer depend on these poverty jobs and are able to do what they want to do, not only become great artists and scientists and sportsmen and alike people, they are also more happier, which means that there are less chances that people will take overtime, that they will be working after night hours, and that decreases the amount of incidents that happen in work-related environments. Actually, in the Minicoma trial in Canada, a study done in the 1970s shows that there was a huge decrease in hospitalizations for accidents, injuries, mental health conditions that happen in a work-related environment. Secondly, moving forward, what universal basic income does is it also helps the economy. A study done by the Roosevelt Foundation used by the Levi that the increase in demand actually helps the economy, and with an introduction with a universal basic income, it would increase the economy by as much as 12% over the next 8 years. Simply due to the fact that more people will be able to spend, and spending does help the economy. Another thing that the economy will be helped with is the improved working conditions, meaning that even though there is the argument that the universal basic income would be decreasing the amount of workers willing to work necessary jobs, what it will do, however, is ensure that employers will now have to ensure better working conditions and to increase the wage to ensure that the workers are still going to work for them. What this does is helps the workers ensure that they will have a better paying wage, that they will actually be happy doing the jobs that they would want to do if the pay was enough to ensure their basic needs as put forth by Maslow's hierarchy pyramid. Another thing that it does is, when I mentioned saves lives, most of the things seen in a court procedure when it comes to murders, when it comes to thievery, is due to poverty. And what universal basic income does is it reduces poverty massively. What this does is, in terms of criminal proceedings, this will reduce the amount of killings, thievery, and such crimes as mentioned. This is because due to the fact that most criminal activities are done due to the lack of money, due to the lack of people being able to afford their basic needs, to have a housing, to make money for their food, to provide for their family. What this also does for civil proceedings is that it reduces the amount of companies trying to seek enforcement orders to take out money from people who own it but do not have any means to repay it. Having less court procedures ensures that the amount that it takes to finish a court case reduces drastically. And what this does is wonders for the economy, because if there are less court proceedings, that means there are less failures in the economy. That means more and more partners, more and more treaties are being worked as agreed upon, and treaties are what makes our economy. It is the agreements of payments, it is the agreements of selling, it is the agreements of partnerships that moves our economy forth. And every court proceeding ensures that one more partnership, one more sold product does not get enforced, and there is problems that needs to be solved. Now, there are arguments that are against universal basic income, and I would like to go for a few of them and debunk them. One of the arguments is that introducing universal basic income is going to make mostly poor decisions by the people that are going to receive them, mostly that they're going to be paying that money into, for instance, expensive cars, casinos, and so forth. Well, this is false in a way that to understand how our tax system works is the fact that when we do make any purchase, when we do purchase any service, what happens is a percentage of that money that we pay will go back into the country's tax system. And what this means is that after 3 or 4 payments, or just the money flowing 3 or 4 times, the amount of money that has been given will already be back in the country's economy, in the country's tax system. Meaning that for the 3 or 4 months, the universal basic income will be expensive, and people, we cannot force them to pay, not make certain payments, and there will be some mistakes. But this does not mean that the money will be wasted, because in 3 or 4 payments, the money will be back into the economy. Another argument made by the con side is that the universal basic income is expensive, and that is another fiction made by the cons. One of the things that universal basic income increases will be taxes and value-added tax. It will also be an estate tax to ensure that more higher paid people will be paying for the people who are less paid. I can also make an argument for authority that such figures, such as Elon Musk or Mark Zuckerberg, have already made statements that they should not have this much money, and that universal basic income is the key to the future, mainly due to the fact that soon we will be facing a post-scarcity economy, meaning that in 20 to 50 years, we will no longer have a scarce amount of resources, and many low-paid, heavy load jobs, workload jobs, will actually be replaced by automation, by robots. And there will be a moral problem that people will no longer be able to actually find a job, and therefore, how will they pay for their basic needs? It is therefore, I believe, that universal basic income, while it might be expensive, it is truly what we need and should be thinking of to prepare for the future, because we should not be heading into the future without any proper arrangements. that is setting ourselves for a huge economic disaster. It is therefore why I am for universal basic income implemented by the European Union. It should be instated and paid for by a percentage of tax, meaning that the people who are much richer will be paying much more into our tax system to ensure that the universal basic income is paid for. Universal basic income should also be paid based on regions, meaning that if someone is living in a high capital area, such as a capital, should receive more than someone who is living in a region. Therefore, I believe that universal basic income should be instated by the European Union.
Thank you, Robertai. We are now ready for the Q&A session from the other debaters. So, Zita and Lara, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Roberta, for your great presentation. I just have a few questions for you. First of all, could you maybe repeat your definition of this universal basic income? Like, I didn't get if you think that taxes will be paid extra or everything stays the same and the people just get more money. Second of all, you mentioned that there will be more scientists and also I think musicians are always a great point, or artists in general, to point out when it comes to universal basic income. But I think what people forget right now, all the projects that are for scientists, arts and so on are financed by the EU. So there is this danger with universal basic income that these projects won't be financed anymore, because the spending of the states is increasing. Also, you mentioned Canada. There was this trial in 2019 which had to be interrupted because people who got universal basic income didn't get any jobs, because people were like skeptic, because they said like, well, you get already basic income, so why would we get you another job? So this trial was in 2019 was interrupted, and I think that shows the capitalistic world that you also mentioned. Also, you mentioned that the spending would increase by individuals. I do agree that this is a possibility, but I think again we should think about that the spending of the state and the European Union will reduce. So I would like to know your point of view in regards to that. And also, you said payment is higher, or must be higher, so that workers are motivated to go to work at all. I see the logic in that, I do. But I do worry about the consumer prices, because I think if firms have to pay their workers more, the product or outcome will be more expensive, and so everything will get more expensive. And I think we have to think about the overall gain, if the overall gain with basic income is really that much or that high. So I would like to know your point of view on that as well. I'm sorry, it was a lot. I can repeat everything if you want. So yeah, that was that for me.
Well, thank you for the questions. I will admit I did forget a few of them, because I believe there were 5. But the ones that I did get was, I believe the second was, you said that with the artists and the scientists, that most of the programs that are motivating to do the work that they're doing is paid for by the European Union, and that could be a likelihood, a chance that those programs would be reduced or even gone if we introduce universal basic income. Well, that's a statement that could be said, but the way I introduced it is I never said that that such programs would ever be reduced. Universal basic income, in my vision, would be implemented without reducing anything, any other positive idea that has already been put forth by the European Union. And one of the solutions that I did offer to ensure that this is not just a fantasy is to, of course, increase taxes, but universal basic income, what it is it's more beneficial for the for the middle class and for the low poverty people. So one of the things that I did offer was that the taxes that will come forth will actually be paid mostly by people who can afford them, and also corporations. The fifth argument that you mentioned was, could you repeat the fifth argument?
Yes, it was about payment, that you said payment is getting higher.
Yeah.
But I thought like then the consumer prices are also getting higher. So there is this, yeah.
There is, so to understand certain things are, there will always be cons and there will always be pros. And the way that I look forth in my vision for a universal basic income for the European Union is there has to be proportionality. I do agree that there might be increases in the price for certain consumer goods and that inflation is a possibility. However, as I mentioned in my study, it does look like, based on economic models, that in the long run, the economy will increase and there would be no problems. Secondly, there is the argument of whether morality and justice has a price, because even if we are to just not do anything and ensure that consumer prices are low, well, we're also ensuring that workers are not paid a wage that they can afford their basic needs as shown by Maslow's hierarchic pyramid. So therefore, I believe even if consumer prices rise, even if there's going to be inflation, it does not overweigh what universal basic income gives, and that is morality, that is justice, and it also gives objective things for the economy.
Do we have any other questions for Robertas?
Yes, I have some questions. Good morning, Robertas. Thank you very much for your speech, and I would like also to ask you some questions. My first question is regarding the argument that the universal basic income would increase the situation of the manual job workers, and I would like to ask you the following question regarding this topic. Would you think that the manual workers, the labor workers, would be still interested in doing their jobs? Because that is one of the key questions regarding the whole universal basic income discussion. So if they would be better paid, would they still go to their work? That's something that we ask nowadays. What is your point of this? And the next question would be, can we actually afford this? Because lack of manual workers, what we already saw in some of the states, are bringing us a lot of initial problems. And how could you see how we could work with this in the future if we cannot afford already now, for example, them to pay the wage that they would like to? And the next question is regarding our generation. What is your point of view when you look at the youth? So at our generation, would they be interested in the universal basic income? Because we already see that the so-called millennials or the Gen Z, that they have already a different perception of work life at all. And what would be your point of view when we talk about the universal basic income and the youth? Thank you.
Thank you for the questions, Rosita. Firstly, I will answer whether workers would be motivated to stay in their jobs if they were more paid, or would they be leaving. There is a risk that some people will be leaving their jobs because they are receiving universal basic income and they no longer need to work in the coal mines. They no longer need to be a cashier or do any other work that they are only doing to ensure that they meet their basic needs. That is a possibility. However, I do not believe that morality and justice should be weighed based on what the economy wants. I believe when we are asking whether we should have a healthy and happy human or whether we should have a working economy, I believe the latter. I believe it should be firstly the human, and then we should talk about the economy. So therefore, I believe that when we are paying a universal basic income, if a worker wants to leave the job and he's not going to be returning because he's no longer motivated for the pay, well, firstly, the motivation only comes because he wants to survive. He wants to be paid enough money to ensure that he can provide himself housing, that can provide himself the amenities and food. And as I've mentioned with my argument that we may be decreasing the amount of low-paying workers that we'll be having if universal basic income is introduced. However, we will be increasing the chance of scientists and artists and sportsmanship, which meaning I believe that it is important, and especially important because we're going in 20 to 50 years, as mentioned, and as being predicted by such businessmen like Elon Musk, into a post-scarcity economy, meaning that automation and robotics are going to change, and we will no longer be needing these workers. And therefore, I believe we will be heading into a steady slope, and there will be no problems going into that. The second argument I mentioned is how we can afford in the future. If we cannot afford the wages now, well, simply based on taxing corporations and people based on how much they're earning, and also a proportional tax, meaning that the taxes will increase if the companies or people are going to have an even higher income than the median income. And this, I believe, will ensure that we will have a universal basic income. And thirdly, the last argument about millennial Gen Z, the perception of work life. Well, I believe, as mentioned again, the post-scarcity economy is a possibility in the next 30 or 50 years, where there will be no longer enough jobs to ensure that people will be able to work and afford their basic needs. And therefore, we have a morality issue where a person cannot find a job, but he still wants to pay for his basic needs. And therefore, I believe whether it is the boomer generation, millennials, or Gen Z, everyone still wants to have accommodation, they want to have food, and I believe the way the economy is heading, I am for the universal basic income to be implemented regardless of perception.
Thank you. Do we have any other additional comments or questions? If not, then I think we can move on to the opening statement of our second debater, Rosita. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, and I would like to start with a small phrase that I like, and that will be, imagine all the people having free money. Ooh, 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 ooh. Well, at least I have once in my lifetime thought, what would life be with just a basic income that make your ends meet, and you have still the idea of being motivated enough to work. And I bet such a thought we have been experiencing in a lot of people's minds. In my speech, I will refer to the recent experiment done by Finland, and I must admit that it was the time for me when I first heard of such a concept. I was standing in our shared flat kitchen in Berlin, and my study mate was passionately explaining me the concept of universal basic income. And that time I was asking, and what actually is basic income? Well, we could say that it is a monthly grant, enough to pay for your basic needs, food, shelter, education, and that's it, so easy. Today, I would like to present this concept as a free money. Just so easy. Free money for every citizen, no strings attached. And the experiment that at the time has just begun in Finland, when we had this conversation in our kitchen in Berlin, was making me so interested in this topic, and I was eager to know the results. Now we have them. We have been very familiar with the rising poverty in the world, and now when we live in a prosperity that we actually have never seen before, how can we assure that it is time to change the perception of universal basic income in the 21st century? So my first argument refers to the topicality of the debate of free money to all EU citizens. Basic income programs basically are meant to provide a financial safety net with no obligations and without bureaucracy and associated administrative costs that we are experiencing when we talk about a social support system of welfare and so on. In addition, now during the COVID-19 crisis, we also see additional economic risks, especially for already very vulnerable groups. Questions are rising how to support people living low incomes, and they are bound to become even more important. And the COVID crisis has actually brought back the discussion of the universal basic income. On the one hand, I must admit that when I look back at the situation of COVID crisis in Latvia, we experienced several cases where the financial support during the crisis for businesses or for individuals were almost impossible to receive because of different reasons. And now some businesses are even forced to pay back the financial support they received. On the other hand, the universal basic income was somehow interested also in other way. When a lot of businesses shut down during the crisis, then we saw the universal basic income introduced in a bit different way. When, for example, the governments were paying almost 80% of people's wages in order to not get them fired by the companies. Scottish Liberal Democratic politician Christina Jardine told CNN she was not a fan of universal basic income, but during the pandemic, she said that it has meant that we have seen the suggestion of universal basic income in completely different light. And when we look at this situation, we see that the universal basic income idea has come closer to us than ever. The second argument goes back to the question of poverty. How to overcome this? While working as a teacher, I face different situations in my students' lives, and sometimes I realize that the main problem is simply the poverty. How can we end the ring of the poverty or the culture of poverty? Annie Laurie, the author of the book Give People Money, said once that we have just tons of experimental data from, for example, United States and other countries all over the world that show that if you just give people money, it reduces poverty. So really straightforward. And let's not forget the next argument that brings us to the idea of free money. It is fighting technological unemployment. With advanced technology taking over more and more, we see that blue and white collar jobs will be reduced in very near future. And we see that the longer you are unemployed, the longer it takes to find employment. And if the jobless had a small source of income that could help them to get back on their feet, they could find jobs and start contributing to the economy sooner. And in addition, we now have the EU Citizens Initiative to now gathering the signatures, and it has already started to request for the EU Commission to make a proposal for unconditional basic incomes throughout the EU, which would reduce regional disparities in order to strengthen the economic, social, and territorial cohesion of EU. And it is very important also to us, relatively young member states of EU that have still a lot in front of us. And also, the important question is the simple argument, the human well-being. And this is something that is underlined also in the Finnish experiment that I mentioned earlier. Up to date, Finland is the only country that has managed to complete a national-wide randomized control trial of basic income program. And they used a variety of research methods. And in Finland's 2-year study, a treatment group of 2,000 randomly picked, initially all unemployed people received guaranteed unconditional and automatic cash payment of a modest 560 euros per month. And additional to that, also support for their apartment payments. When we look at these facts, it is clear as we can see them. People on the basic income reported significantly better well-being on multiple dimensions. Average life satisfaction among the treatment group was 7.3 out of 10 compared with 6.8 in the control group, and that's a very large increase. People receiving the basic income reported better health and lower levels of stress, depression, sadness, loneliness, all major determinants of happiness than people in the control group. And recipients of the basic income also demonstrated more confidence in their cognitive skills, assessing their ability to remember, learn, and concentrate at higher levels than the control group did. And the basic income enabled people to perceive their financial situation as more secure and manageable, even though their incomes were no higher than those of the people in the control group. Finally, basic income recipients expressed higher levels in trust in their own future, their fellow citizens, and what is very important, public institutions. And that is something that at least we in Latvia still need to improve. So the universal basic income would help us to also deal with this question. And the basic income in Finland actually led to a small increase in employment. So we could not say that if people get the universal basic income, that they would stop working. If we look back at our normal perception of other people, we think if I would receive universal basic income, I would still strive, I would still be motivated to reach my goals. But when we think about other people, we tend to think that they actually are lazy, that they are not motivated, and that they will just stop working right ahead. But when we think about ourselves, we think that we would still work and still strive. So this perception may be sometimes a bit one-sided. So we should understand that actually the human beings are created such that we want to still strive. And what researchers have shown time and again, by comparing a test group of poor people who receive free money and similar control group so that they could see the effects time and time again, they have shown that free money results in lower inequality, lower poverty, and obviously it results also in less infant mortality, lower healthcare costs, lower crime rates, better school completion records, less truancy, higher economic growth, better emancipation rates, and all kinds of other positive outcomes. So time and time again, researchers have shown that free money may be the most effective, the cheapest, and also the most civilized way to combat the poverty. Thank you very much.
Thank you as well. It is time for the remarks and questions. Go ahead, Lara.
Sorry. Yes, I wanted to add to your discussion. Thank you, Rosita, for your presentation. First of all, you mentioned the Corona pandemic, and I do agree that universal basic income is getting more popular because of the pandemic we still live in. But I just wanted to add that the UBI that was paid right now during the pandemic was paid by state deficits. So it created debt. And all states are in debt after the Corona pandemic. And so we see that the UBI right now was paid in from deficits, which isn't state affairs okay. It happens. Debts are okay, but it's still not good. So I wanted to ask you, how do you see in the future, if right now for the pandemic there was no other way to pay UBIs than from deficits? How can we pay UBIs in future from other resources? Okay, and the other thing, the second question, I'm just gonna yeah, I just have two more remarks. Why do you think that the well-being of the people can't be generated by the welfare state, for example? Why do you think that universal basic income is much more better than a welfare state, for example? Because I think Scandinavian countries, there is this Nordic welfare, as we call it. I think it does prove pretty good. I mean, no system is perfect, but we do see a lot of developments there. And also, I'm always critical about these trials. I have also read about the Finnish one you mentioned, but I have to say and to add that these trials are made in an unchanging environment. Like these people get universal basic income in an environment that doesn't change in the time they receive this money. But for the real thing, everyone would get basic income. And I think the economy would change. And I also think that the effects would change. So I'm always critical about these trials being done in an unchanged environment, because I don't think it's realistic. But yeah, that's just my take on it. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Lara, for your questions. I would like to answer your questions as well. Well, when we look back at the COVID pandemic, we should admit that that was a crisis situation. So, of course, our states will see the crisis and also the debts, because we were just not prepared for that. But we still have the possibility, when we plan ahead our structures of our economics, we still have possibility to introduce the universal basic income. And when we look back, for example, at the costs of it, then some recent studies show that it would cost, for example, for United States, more than 3 billion euros a year to pay universal basic income for all its citizens. And when we see that it is only 1/4 of their yearly military budget, then it seems that it is doable, that it's not so hard. And the second question that you mentioned about people's well-being and also the welfare state in Scandinavian countries. We know that the welfare state costs a lot of money, and if we should change it to help people who are in need, to help people, for example, who are not receiving welfare state money because, for example, they are taking care of their sick relative. That's a problem that we see, that a lot of people need to quit their jobs to help their relatives, and they're actually not getting money paid, and they are not even receiving welfare support. So such universal basic income would just get us out of this problem as such. And the third question that you were also thinking about the trials and also the Finnish experiment, I must admit that yes, it is not possible to, when we conclude an experiment, to change the environment, because it's an experiment that is held in exactly this environment. So it's almost impossible. But if we see that we, for example, start to introduce the universal basic income slowly, that it is still possible and it is still working in such environment. So it also shows that introduction of such a universal basic income would be possible also in the environment that we are living right now.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? Yes, Roberti.
Thank you, Rosita. I do believe that free money is the most effective and civilized way to combat poverty. However, I have two questions. My first question would be to determine more on what your idea is and setting it not just as a fantasy, but as a realistic prospect. What would be the recommended size that you'd say for the payment, and would there be any difference based on, let's say, the person, on how much income he's getting and also where he's located, such as whether he's living in, let's say, Latvia, Lithuania, or whether he's living in Germany or France? And my second question would be, universal basic income does help humanity on its psychological health and also ensuring that they are met their basic needs. But the way that our economic system works is that we are mostly outsourcing our labor, and most of the things that we're purchasing are made in China, they're made in India and countries such as that, which are not ensuring proper working conditions. So when we are talking about universal basic income as helping our workers, should we also be talking about the workers which the labor we're actually outsourcing to these countries? As we know that in labor law, it is expected that the less guarantees we're giving to the worker, the more investments that we're going to bring in. So a third question would be, how should we ensure, in your idea of universal basic income, that the European Union would still be receiving investments from other countries? Thank you.
Thank you. So about the first question regarding the right amount of money that we would pay the countries, and also when we look at the European Union, I think that's a pretty complicated question for the first time, because we are thinking of how we can measure the universal basic income, and we saw the Finnish experiment that shows that the amount of money that people get is a bit lower than the amount that they would feel very much safe and very, very comfortable with. So I would say that it depends on the country at first time to start to diminish these differences that we have between the European member states. And it should be also paid evenly for all citizens. And it's not important if they earn a lot of money or they have problems with making their ends meet, because that would still help our economies, and people that are poorer would start to be active participants of the economy. The second question is the change, and so the question of the labor and the question of how we can measure and how we can understand what we will do with it. Well, I would say that this comes back to the second, and I would also maybe try to connect it with the third question that you mentioned. I think it comes together with the universal basic income and the possibility to also help to work against the climate change, because if the workers would not just create or businesses would not still invest in companies that create actually garbage at the end of the day, then it would also help to work with the climate crisis. And if people would not be forced to work in such companies that create insufficient amount of things that we don't need, that could help us actually to reduce the carbon footprint and everything that we produce, and that is actually just thrown out at the end of the day. So I would just say that we shouldn't at all support such investments and such job conditions also for people in other countries in the world.
Thank you. Are there any additional questions or remarks? If not, we can start with Lara's opening statement.
Okay, thank you very much. And also thank you for the two presenters already. You've done a great job. So I will start my short position with a definition of universal basic income, what I understand it means. So for me, it is an unconditional cash payment given at regular intervals by the government to all residents, regardless of their earnings or employment status. And I think for the European Union, the region is, as Roberta's already said, is to reduce regional differences while strengthening economic and social cohesion across the European Union. So that is a positive, I think. In my research, I came across 3 types of UBI, which is possible. The first one is that all benefits that are now paid by the state are replaced by the UBI. The second one is that nothing changes. UBI is getting along without accompanying tax changes. which is also a possibility. And then there is the third type, UBI plus, which means that there are still the state benefits financed by the state plus UBI. So these are like the three types I came across. We can discuss them if you want to. Also, I think there is a place or room for discussion if we should vary the amounts of payment depending on the demographic characteristics. For example, that different payment for working age adults, children, and pensioners, and so on. So there's also this discussion I think we shouldn't exclude here in the debate. I do agree with Robertus and Rosita, and I do see the positive effects. Like, as myself, I'm a student, and I would love to have the possibility to get universal basic income. I mean, it would reduce my stress level definitely, and maybe also increase my mental health. I won't deny that. I do see the positive effects, and I also see the argument of reducing poverty, because basically, as you said, you are giving money to people, and they will have more money to their proposal, like for their use every month. Also in Brazil, there was this trial, and I mean, the poverty level has fallen there to the lowest level in 40 years. After $100 a month has been distributed to about 25% of the population, beginning in March 2020. So yeah, you see the effects, but I have to say, as I said before, the trials are in an unchanging environment. Also, I do see that that these this income is protecting people from sluggish wage growth, low wages, and the lack of job security. And also we have this trend in the economy that there's this kind of gig economy, like it's coming, I think, from the music industry, basically, but it's saying something like Uber driver, that gives you a false feeling of security. You know, you go from gig to gig. So that's a trend in economy that we have to take into account when we talk about basic income. So there is this need for much more security, maybe, in the current trends in economy. Also, I do see that there is this really good fundamental thing that people can actually do what they want, because without worrying about their income and if they have enough money. And I do see that it can foster innovation and entrepreneurship. Nevertheless, I have to say that there are also cons, and I would like to say them. First of all, I think what the debate comes from, and Rosita already said it, it's because of the corona pandemic, where we still are in. Like, that's how it gained already, or again, popularity, I think, across the European Union. As I said before, the UBI that was paid during the pandemic, it was paid from deficits. So there was no other way the countries saw to pay UBI during the pandemic. So there is this lack of opportunity how to pay UBIs, I think. Also, I'm a true believer in welfare state. And I think when we are talking about European Union, there is this division between welfare states and also the perception of state intervention. There are liberal states in the European Union that don't like state intervention, for example, and there are welfare state where it's like really on a daily basis that the state is intervening. So we have this division in Europe, and we also have financial division between the northern and the southern countries, which you can't ignore, and which you have to bridge if you want a universal basic income. And I think this is a challenge. Nevertheless, as a believer in welfare state, for me, the big question is if the basic income is adding to welfare state or is replacing the welfare state. I mean, the former would be nice, but the latter is, I think, more realistic, just because you have no other way to finance it right now. As we said before, taxes have to be raised. Now in a welfare state, poor people get targeted support. The opportunity that this targeted support won't be anymore, but will be replaced by the income is pretty high. And I also think that you can't forget, and I know we live in a capitalistic world and money is important, but it's not about the targeted support that is now given by the welfare state or states in general. It's not just about money, it is mostly about addiction, it is can be about poor health, and so on. And I don't think that money will solve all these problems. So I think we have to think about targeted support that is now there and that won't be there if basic income comes into play or might not be there. Also, I think the question is more whether, couching the debate in terms of introducing UBI will be more or less effective in building that support compared to focusing more specifically on the different elements that are needed here, such as greater understanding of the purpose of social security, because there is a lack of understanding of social security, and that can't get it, like, it doesn't go away with basic income. I don't think so. And also greater empathy for those relying on it. And I do think, and I said it before, that there is this risk that the cost of living is also getting higher because of the consumer prices getting up. I also thought about attitudes towards money, because for me, I mean, even 300, 500 euros per month more is a lot, but just because of the way I grew up. But maybe for the next generations, for example, but that's just my own opinion. I was thinking that maybe for them, because a minimum standard will be the basic income, the attitude towards money will change. So for them, 500 euros a month, for example, that's like the minimum. That's and I think that we have to be careful in shifting these values towards money, especially in a capitalistic world. So I think that's a point to think about. And also, if we limit the basic income to European citizens, we have to think about European identity. I mean, on the one hand, you can argue that maybe the identity will grow stronger because of that. I don't think that's a valid argument, because I don't think identity should be based on money and is more or less a cultural thing. So I don't think that the identity will grow stronger. And I think that identity will get more problematic because we are basing the European identity on money, and we have to, distinguish between Europeans and non-Europeans. So for example, we have to decide if a migrant comes to Europe, at one point, is he one of us? Is he a European? And I think, do we want to ask these questions? Do we want to base our European identity on money? I think it's problematic. And also, I think the gap between European countries and other countries in the world financially is already really high. And if we increase the wealth of Europeans, which is, in itself, it can be a good thing. But I think if the wealth of the Europeans is to be increased, there will be a global problem, because other countries that can't increase and lag behind, the gap will be even bigger. And also the aspect of financing this basic income, I mean, I already mentioned it, but it's a hard topic, because there is no solution yet how to really finance that. You can by increasing higher income taxes, for example, inheritance taxes, and so on. But then again, I think that the cost of living will just get much higher. And I think then the question is the gain at the end really that much higher? And is it worth it? So I think my proposal would be, before we introduce basic income, we should introduce welfare state and values and stuff like that. Because I think for now, basic income is financially not possible, because there are divisions in the European Union and there are things to bridge that we can't bridge yet. Yes, that's, I think, my statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Lara. Robertas and Rosita, whoever is ready, you can start with your questions and remarks. Yes, Robert.
Thank you for the presentation, Lara. There are a few questions I would like to ask. Firstly, I would like a clarification on whether or not you would be changing in your idea with universal basic income would be changing all the welfares that people are getting, meaning that, let's say, if there's a disability pension or something like that, whether that would be changed just for a universal basic income. My second question would be whether or not you think there's a difference that, let's say, a person who earns over 100,000 euros a year would have by receiving the universal basic income. whether you think that not differentiating is a good idea, and would you have any evidence or to prove that people should not be differentiated based on their income? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I just write on your last point. Okay. Well, as I said, there are like 3 types of UBIs that can be included in the economy. The first one is that all the welfares are replaced by UBI. That is one situation. The other is that nothing changes. You know, all the welfares stay the same, and UBI is just a plus. And the third one is there will be welfare or there will be subsidies by the state, benefits by the state paid, plus the UBI, but it won't be maybe all the benefits. To be honest, as you can see, these 3 types exist, and there are like pros and cons. Of course, I think everyone would prefer maybe UBI plus, like the one where still there are subsidies and benefits, and you know, you still get your UBI. But I think realistically, as I said, it can't be done right now because there is this division in European Union, and I think financially, as is can be seen during the pandemic, UBIs had to be paid already from deficits and created debt. So I think there is this lack of opportunity from what other parts this money can come from. If you don't want to replace UBI, or if you don't want welfare to be replaced by UBI. So I think the realistic one is that UBI gets, in a way, is important, more important than welfare. And I think that's not what we aim for. The second one is if I don't want to differentiate based on their income. Well, I think the question is about equality. And equality, as Rosita said, it's free money. And I think there would be a flaw in the concept if we say we differentiate, because then it's not equality. So if you want to go all the way, you have to go, if you want to have basic income, you have to go all the way, I would say, and there has to be the same amount of income. If you regulate that via taxes, I think that's another question. I can't answer that because I have my first economics class this semester. So I'm like, I'm trying, but it's hard to argue for that. But I don't think you should differentiate. Yeah, thank you, Robertas.
Thank you for your answer. Do we have other questions? Rosita, maybe from you?
Yes, thank you very much, Lara, for your point of view. It's very interesting to also hear your thoughts. I have some questions and some comments regarding that what you just said. You were also mentioning the COVID pandemic, and we must admit that during the COVID pandemic, we had we were not only paying the wages, but we had completely everything in lockdown, so we can't actually start to say that that's how much universal basic income costs, because it covered also the medical care, worker costs, the hours that they worked, the creation of the vaccine, and so on. So it was just covering a lot of different costs that we were not expecting to. We also mentioned that there is attitude towards money and towards poverty. So when we look at the statistic, it shows actually that if we give money to poor people, we would start to think that they are then buying alcohol, they're using drugs, they have some different kinds of problems. But actually, when we look at the statistics, we see that people who earn more money are actually more consuming alcohol and drugs than the poor ones. So this also would show, and other studies also have shown, that if we try to do this trial version, the people are not starting to just buy alcohol and stand in their complicated situation, but they're actually trying to get out of this with this help. You also mentioned that we should decide what we do with the welfare state, and if this is if UBI is something that we connect with this. Well, if we think about the lacks of welfare state, and there are a lot of, one of that is, for example, that the universal basic income would also help victims of domestic violence. For example, those who suffer from domestic violence, well, mainly women, they are trapped in violent situations because they have no means, they have no funds to leave, for example, relationships with abusive partner. So from financial point of view, this would, the universal basic income would help to get out of this situation. And that is something that welfare state, for example, cannot do. And also, we see that you also mentioned the EU identity, and I have a question of it. It is a big question also during the Future of Europe conference, the question of EU identity. And you said that it shouldn't be based on money, and how could we cope with the situation of this? And I would maybe rather ask you a question that what do you think of the regional differences, and would it be diminished if we introduce universal basic income or not really? What would be your point of this question? And you also mentioned that it would change that how we could deal with people that are, for example, starting to live in EU, and how could we decide if we are paying them the universal basic income or not. But this question is also already answered, because we pay the income for those who are citizens. So if the person would also get the citizenship, then they will be able to also get the universal basic income of this country. So I would like to maybe hear your comments on these topics. And my last question is, what do you think? What is the philosophical counter-argument of this? Is money really helping us? Because in these capitalist countries, we are built on this ideological foundation that money is something we earn. What is your point of this question? And the last one is about young generations. You mentioned in your speech that there are that people would ask that they need higher salaries, and we want to see that actually each generation that comes wants to get higher salary than their parents did, for example. And would you see that this is something that UBI would help to diminish, or it would increase it? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the first one was covering different costs. I don't know what that meant, but okay. Let me think about it. I hope, first of all, I hope that it didn't come across that during my presentation that I think that poor people will use this money for alcohol or drugs. I just think that the support, targeted support they now get from the welfare state helps them with drug problems, alcoholism, and so on. And I don't think that the basic income, basically only the money, can help to overcome these problems. It's not just about poor people. I mean, alcoholism is a thing throughout the society. So I hope that didn't come across wrong. I didn't want to say that, but I just think that targeted support is better than just giving money. And I think if we talk about basic income, there is this danger that there is no targeted support for specific issues, but just money. So I just wanted to say that. Also, welfare states. You mentioned women and domestic violence. Well, to be fair, there are programs in welfare states that deal with domestic violence. And you are right, I do see the point that with basic income, women or people in that situation maybe have more of a courage to get out of this situation. I do see the point and the logic in that, but I just want to point out that there are also programs already for domestic violence. in welfare states. There are like so many different, but then again, it's targeted support. And if this targeted support is still there after basic income, no one knows, because it's financed by the state. So I just want to point that out really quickly. Also, EU identity, what do I think about regional differences? Well, there is already a program in the EU dealing with regional differences. I forgot the name, but it's about economic growth and prosperity. And it is dealing with finding out for each region in the European Union the niche. So the specialization. So for Estonia, for example, pretty easy. We are an e-country, for example. So we have found our niche. And the strategy for the European Union is to find such a niche for each region and to gain prosperity through that. So there is another way to overcome poverty in specific regions without basic income. Just an example. Also, of course, you can, about European identity, you can get citizenship. It's a way, and then you are European. But I'm just thinking about international students right now in my course, in my class at university. You know, non-Europeans that are here for 2 years for the master's program, coming from, I don't know, US, Canada, and so on. So hello, guys. I think for them, if they come to the EU, they won't get citizenship, obviously, because there is no need unless they really want it. But I think if in the EU is such a high standard of living, which is mostly a positive thing, but as I said, it comes with, I think, higher costs of living. It's harder for foreigners to live in the EU because I think logically it will get more expensive in the EU. So I see not only problems with migrants who want to get citizenship, but I also see problems with, international students, for example, who just want to study here. That is also a problem I think we have to think about. What is my philosophy here? My philosophy maybe is in a way value-based. I think my philosophy is not based on money, first of all, which is something anti-capitalistic, I would say. But I mean, I see the capitalism also in welfare states. But I'm just saying that money doesn't solve the problem. We have problems value-based in the EU. We have problems with EU identity overall. We have problems with value towards money, towards welfare state, towards any kinds of identity questions, really. And I think that a basic income right now for the whole European Union is something, but I don't think it's realistic. And I think we have to work, first of all, on our values without money and on our identity without money. So yeah, if I forgot something, I'm sorry. I don't know what I meant with my first point that I wrote down covering different costs, but yeah.
The first point was about the fact that during the COVID pandemic, we were covering way more different costs than the UBI would cover on a daily basis.
Right. Yeah, that's true. I do agree. But at the same time, economic growth was also, I think, reduced. So there were like several difficult points to overcome. But yeah, I do agree that the pandemic maybe in this point had to cover more of the costs, but also again with basic income there is this question if you can take care of healthcare and basic income at the same time. And as we saw in the pandemic, it's barely doable. So that's just, I think Corona is okay, is a specific case, but I think it's still valid maybe in a way.
Thank you, Lara.
Thank
Are
you.
there any additional questions or remarks by anyone? If not, we can begin the final stage of this debate, which are the final statements, short final statements. So, Roberto, I think you can begin.
Well, thank you for a lovely debate, Rosita and Lara. Certainly, the points that I agree with is that universal basic income should be thought about, and it should probably be implemented, and that it is the way to ensure a civilized and a proper approach towards poverty and economic inequality. I agree with Rosita in the fact that domestic violence would be reduced, as seen in court proceedings. In criminal cases, it mostly happens due to poverty and due to the lack of money, and also that victims of domestic abuse could resolve these problems just by leaving their partners, ensuring that they have a universal basic income. I also agree that, in terms with Lara, that it's not just about money, it's about other things. It makes perfectly good sense that throwing money isn't going to solve problems such as domestic violence or drug addiction and things like that. We also have to look at other sorts of mental health institutes, for instance, and other solutions with universal basic income. However, there are some things that I do disagree with both of the speakers in this debate. Mainly the thing with differentiating who should receive universal basic income. In my vision, I believe that people who receive well over enough to meet their basic needs should not be entitled to universal basic income. In terms of this differentiation, it is proportional due to the fact that universal basic income, its very main principle of giving a monthly payment to all of its citizens, the main idea is to reduce poverty, I believe, and therefore rich people should not be given the benefits of universal basic income simply because what is 500 euros to a man or a woman or any other gender that owns over 100,000 euros a year? I believe that this income should only be given to people that truly need it. I believe that universal basic income also improves gender equality. Women are mostly having problems when they are when they are having birth. When they're giving birth. This is a problem that reduces the amount of time that a woman in her young age is at the work environment, and creates very improper results where men are having more experience and therefore are getting CEO positions and so forth. What universal basic income does is it provides more support. It provides money to ensure that the woman does not have to work and overwork herself while also giving birth, and it ensures an equality in gender. Another thing that was given forth in the debates was the terms of consumer prices getting up, meaning that when we're introducing universal basic income, we're going to give inflation. I believe that this is a subject where a proper saying could be put forth. It is much easier to imagine the end of the world than it is to imagine the end of capitalism. Simply put it forth, the history of how capitalism came to be the main economic system of the world is that a bunch of very rich capitalists wanted more power and overthrew the aristocracy with their money. I believe that when we're talking about a stone door to be placed, we should also be talking about the cardboard box that we have to go along with it. I believe that hereforth, capitalism is the best thing that we have, but it doesn't necessarily mean that we should not be thinking about alternatives, and that universal basic income could not be set forth simply due to the fact that there is inflation. What inflation does is it's a problem for people of middle-aged class and the low poverty people. Rich people will still be able to afford, even if consumer prices are getting up. So we're still facing a moral and justifiable issue that we're trying to set forth things that are going to help the middle class and the poverty, but what ends up happening is that they're still not being helped, and the rich people, they do not have a problem with this. Consumer prices rising up doesn't mean anything to them because they can still afford it. So I believe we should be thinking of universal basic income, not just how it can fit into our system, but how universal basic income is a great project and should not be looked for just to fit in the system, because there are problems with the system. So therefore, I believe that universal basic income should be implemented in the European Union, and we should be thinking of it as a great thing for the people of domestic violence, for people of poverty, and for the middle class.
Thank you, Robertai. Rosita, go ahead with your final statement.
Thank you. My final statement is that gender equality was an utopia when we look back some years ago. Also, when we think about the welfare state, it was something utopic when we look back at some in the last century and before. But universal basic income also sounds utopian for most of people at the moment. But we live in a prosperity, and we live in the best possible situation we have ever been so far. So we should start to think about how to cope with the situations that we see right now. We see that even though we have now way better situation in European Union, at least, then still the poverty and the gap between the very rich and very poor is still rising, and the middle class is eliminating very, very fast. And that is something that we should have in our minds when we think about universal basic income, because the welfare state hasn't worked out these problems, and welfare state is very, very expensive. When we look about all the different kind of programs that sometimes even overlap, or sometimes they don't cover some problems or issues that people face, we should think about something that could cover all these problems and help also those in need who are not able to receive welfare state offers because for one or other reason. And also what is very, very important is that when we look how people are perceived in the future, and when we look at how fast, for example, Estonia has been developing, and we also already have food things, robots that come and bring or bolt food, for example, that we have had. So we see how fast actually the jobs can diminish and how fast they change. So we should just face the change that we are now living in, and face the future, and start to think it about right now, not already when the problem will be even bigger than now. So what is very, very important is that it also helps us to reduce all the mental health problems that actually people in nowadays in 21st century are experiencing way more than actually they should. So universal basic income would help us to decrease the stress levels of human beings, and that is also connected with our health. And if we are healthy, then we still can also give something to our society. And also it is very, very utopian when we think about universal basic income, but also we should think that there are some utopias that are being right now, right here, and maybe some ideas just come a bit faster than they should, but that doesn't mean that they shouldn't be implemented. We see that we have way bigger gender equality right now as it was at the very beginning, and we see that we have way better life that we had and that we could strive for. So universal basic income is also something that we should strive for all together as European Union. Thank you.
Thank you. And Lara, your final statement.
Okay, thank you. I think during the debate we found some common grounds. I do agree with Robertas and Rosita that there are some benefits, of course, to it. As I said, decreasing the stress level. Also, like personally, I think as a student, as I said, there will be some benefits for my life as well if I would receive basic income. So I do see that. Nevertheless, I have to say, in my research, I came across really realistic point of views that it's still not really implementable. It is not really doable for the whole European Union. And I think, Roberta, as you said, it's between working economy versus healthy human being. So I do agree, human being and the well-being of people is really important. That's why I am a fan of welfare state. Also, a working economy, it is really, as I said, there is a division between European Union in regards to values. And especially, for example, the Baltic countries, they are liberal states. They value the market, so the working economy. And there is this division between countries who believe in welfare and countries who believe in liberal values like the market. And I think to overcome this division, it's really hard to bridge it right now. Also, the financial division between the northern and the southern countries, we have to then come up with a solution to bridge this financial gap. And I think, as I said, my first economics class, I'm not a professional here, but I think it's really hard to overcome this gap. And to really create a universal income. Also, I think the name itself, it says universal basic income. So I think to differentiate who gets more money already is kind of questionable. I mean, it's debatable, but I don't think that this is the approach we should go for. But that's just my point of view. Also, Roberta, as you said in your final statement, for example, that for basic income, the mothers would have an easier life after giving birth. First of all, it's not just about mothers, it's also about fathers. And Sweden, for example, has paternity leave, which is for fathers as well as for mothers. And Sweden is a welfare state. So we see there is a system which is already there, that is there to help people in all kinds of situations. As I said, the system is not perfect. No system is perfect. But we can build on that. And I think welfare state is really much also about values and promoting values and paying attention to things that need to be fixed. And I think basic income is not going to do that, because it is just money that you give to people. It is not value. And I think, of course, in a capitalistic world, we think that from money comes benefit and value. But still, I do remain with my argument that welfare state is a good concept. We can work on that, and we can try to overcome this division in the European Union. I think that's a better approach right now, because financially, basic income, it is not possible for the European Union right now. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Roberta, Strazita, and Lara, for your debate. It was very interesting to listen to. So I believe it is now time to hear the Commission's remarks, opinions, and feedback. If you guys are ready, we can begin with Miss Elena Leontieva. Your feedback.
Hello. It was really thought-provocative to listen to your presentations. And as Lara admitted that she is only in the first class of economics, I guess for your knowledge, for all of you, you would need to express a more understanding of the arguments against the universal basic income, but also about the basics of economics, because there are things which are not done just by the will of a human being. So just to comment on what has been said by the presenters. And by the way, I really lacked opposition between the debaters. Lara seemed to be more against the UBA, but since she brought a lot of terms, actually she was the one who brought mostly the explanation of how UBA could be introduced. So maybe she used the time a little bit to the opposite cause and lacked the opportunity to speak really about the dangers of UBA, but some of them have been presented by Lara really well. And probably the central one is that all those experiments have been done without the rest of the world being changed. And that reminds me the experiment of the Soviet Union, where we had economy with money which was not really money. And the role of money that is important to understand in this topic is to help to allocate resources to the best use of them. So the Soviet Union could survive so long only because there was the rest of the world, there was the Western world, where the proportions of how much different resources are valuable, those proportions were still kept. So only thanks to this, the Soviet economy could survive so long. Otherwise, it would collapse much earlier. So I think this was one of the most important insight that I heard through discussion. And of course, to your knowledge about the arguments against UBA, the basic things are, of course, the ontological scarcity, not only of resources, but of everything, because the world is not perfect, and there is a scarcity or lack of everything. My institute, the Lithuanian Free Market Institute, has even run the study of the phenomenon of scarcity and lack, and I can show you, those of you who are interested, the links to study what has been found. And the basic thing is that scarcity and lack is an indispensable feature of all being and of all human life. So what happens if we introduce money by UBA? We create, of course, inflationary processes. And inflation has been mentioned by all of you several times. And the most dangerous part of the inflation is that it creates redistributionary processes, not only among the taxpayers and consumers, but the allocation of resources becomes a misallocation of resources. So this is a major danger to the climate change, because if resources are used not to their best use, sooner or later we will start to spend resources on things that we don't need, and there will not be any authority able to control this. So this is really important thing, and I'm happy that you mentioned that to some extent. Also, I like the argument about the welfare state, which already provides to a lot of needs of the people, but as Lara mentioned, it provides to the target. And if we stop providing for the target, but we provide without the target, of course, the whole world will change. COVID was mentioned as a situation where the UBA was kind of approved, but this is not right, because the states had to pay people who were not able to work because they temporarily restricted their property rights. People could not use their labor. They could not produce anything. So what should be done at that time is to proportionally provide people for not being able to produce things. So COVID not at all is an argument to say that UBA is really timely. And of course, as a young people, you may be interested to look more at the Marxism. The main aim of Karl Marx was to make men independent from the nature. So in a way, this is the central aim of the UBA, to make men independent of the natural conditions which request us to work and to provide for ourselves and for continuation of our families. And since Robert has frequently mentioned morality and justice, I think we should not manipulate those precious terms. They were kind of manipulated here because even such thing as inflationary redistribution is very immoral. So we could not just put the name of morality and think that it speaks for itself. So all in all, I guess it is very fair when you say that we as human beings would like to have this. Of course, it would relieve stress from us. Any of us would like to have less stress and less need to respond to scarcity of resources. But when we think on a state level, on a level of humanity, and we understand what kind of processes it will start, our solution can be quite different. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Leontjeva, for your feedback. Maybe Mr. Vidmantas Mitkus can start now with his feedback as well.
Hello, everyone. Very thank you. I'm very grateful for your debate. Roberta, Rosita, Lara, you were wonderful. We saw a lot of good arguments. I think it was very well debated in opposition proposition. And Elena mentioned a lot of facts, which is very truthful, well facted. I loved a fact about welfare. It is basic. It is basic for us to have a welfare state for us. Then talk about UBI, because if welfare in our countries works good, well, we don't need UBI because we have targeted groups which need allowance for elderly people, for students, and etc. So it was very good to stand by, firstly, with the welfare. Then I loved the facts that was mentioned about mental health and stress. UBI, it is great. It is a great thing for decreasing stress for students, for elderly people or middle-aged people who can't guarantee their basic needs like accommodation, food, and etc. So I love that. There was a very nice as well facts about Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk. Well done. I love the research. Then I wanted to notice that about UBI and integration about UBI, that from academic research thing, there was just one mentioned country, I guess, or two, Finland and Sweden. And the research was done on those countries, but they're really strong economically. If we see a European map, some of the countries are not that wealthy, and the balance between European Union countries, it is quite big. If we compare some countries economically based in the rule of law as well based. So that was fine. I marked like 5 pages of comments, but Elena summed up very well all those arguments as well. And I wanted to notice as well free money. It is not solution to everything. There was arguments about inflation, which I agree totally with Elena. And we need to talk about unemployment rate in Europe. We have a very big unemployment rate in youth. So they're working in non-qualified job positions. So we need to motivate the youth to work rather than give free money to them. So we need to maybe think about the programs which can affect the motivation of students and young people to try new jobs, to try new positions, and learned in that way that money is not free, they are earned. I think that it's all, and I think basically the welfare, the great welfare in our states, I think it is the best option for us if it works perfectly, but nothing is perfect, as Lara mentioned. So I guess that's all. Thank you very much for your attention and your debate. It was wonderful to be here with you.
Thank you for your feedback. And let's move on to the final commission member, Mr. Carlos Kaima.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Super. I think also that all the participants were quite well informed about the issue, and the debate was had to with the mutual respect. So the debaters respected each other and they didn't interrupt each other. Maybe there could even have been more like heat in this debate, but I understand virtually being done. It's normal to have it in this civilized way. However, maybe for me the exact data was sometimes like missing. For example, Rosita once said when we look at the data and the studies shown, but like she didn't clarify which was the exact data, and this problem was actually also with the other participants that although they said that there is some data, they didn't specify it, and also when they brought out some statements, like they didn't really explain the mechanism, how the things really works, which was a little weak point for me. Yeah, the explaining part was missing, but what I really liked and what also was mentioned here before, the conclusions were really strong, like how all the speakers brought together what was already taught, what were the points, and this was good. Should I also take my notes about all speakers individually, or no, right now? Because it was said that like if they want to develop themselves or something, that's good, so I can do it.
I would like to give feedback to each member. You can do that.
Okay, so I think that one thing that could be improved was that you brought your view of the topic of the universal basic income, like how it should be implemented in the end of your speech, the first speech. I think it should be done at the beginning, because this is just making the structure way better, and everyone can already understand what you mean if you like say it in the beginning. Yeah, as I already mentioned, a good conclusion. You had a good conclusion. I guess you brought there in one new point as well. Maybe I would avoid that thing rather, but the conclusion was strong. But you could have been more active with really setting the course of the debate, because I understand like sometimes it's hard to begin it, but actually it's really a good point to have, or the standpoint to have. Where you start the debate and you can really like determine what is the course, but already with the questions, I think that you kind of lost this position, like when the girls ask the questions from you. And I would also maybe avoid the first question you asked from Rosita. That was just about the mechanism. How would she like implement universal income, because with reasoning and with winning the debate, it doesn't help. Now moving on to the sit, I think that the beginning, how you begin your speech was really original, like with singing and stuff. But actually, for me, I in the beginning, I thought it was like sarcastic. So you're actually going to debate against it. But this was my problem. Overall, I said that the introduction was good, maybe a little long, but it worked actually. And when I got in the end that it wasn't sarcastic, I think it was rather my problem. Yeah, and one minor detail as well, like you used the word we like very many times, and it's sometimes a powerful word to use to prove something, but like overusing it might be a bad thing. And that was also what I noticed. But again, like the point was there. I understood your arguments, so everything with that was actually good. With Lara, as already mentioned, the welfare state like point was good. Maybe again, like the clear standpoint when she was somehow missing. I understood that she's like more skeptical than the others, and she brought in many scenarios and problems. But in the first speech, in the conclusion, she got like what she really thinks. So maybe also bring it up a little earlier. And I guess that is it for me now.
Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone, for participating and giving feedback for this amazing debate. And I think I will give the word to Justinas.
Yes, thank you, everybody. It was really very interesting debate to listen, and I was really very happy to see that you had, different arguments, different ideas, and even some of my friends wrote me on Facebook that, I'm not agreeing with one of that argument. So I really enjoy that not only people in here in Zoom, but also those who are watching us on Facebook and YouTube enjoyed this discussion. So thank you very much for everybody. And now we have a short break until 12:30, and then we start to debate the idea of a European Union army. So thank you very much and have a very nice day. Bye.
Hello, everyone. We are back after a little break. I'm greeting everyone who has not joined the first panel. You're watching Baltic States Youth Debate, Baltic Youth Vision for Europe. My name is Dora Sokolovska. I'm a project assistant at the Eastern Europe Study Center. I'm glad to start the second panel of our debate, which will raise the following question. Common EU security and defense policy, is it time to establish an EU military? And I will be a moderator for the current panel. When the debate is over, our participants will be evaluated, their performances will be evaluated by the Distinguished Commission, which I have an honor to introduce to you all. It's Adam Roževič, policy analyst at the Eastern Europe Study Center, and Lieutenant Colonel Hans Leo Krema, representing NATO Force Integration Unit in Lithuania.
Nice to meet you. Thank you for being here.
Also, we welcome our debaters from all three Baltic states. Sergei Stoma, Jaunimo debatai, representing Lithuania.
Hello, everyone.
Andrejs Porim, Deutsch Baltisches Jugendwerk from Latvia.
Hello, everybody.
And Jana Kamertens, also Deutsch Baltisches Jugendwerk, representing Estonia this time.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Thank you all for expressing your will to either participate in the debate as debaters or to become a member of a commission. Now let's turn to the debate structure. I want to remind you all that in the beginning, each speaker will have 10 minutes to first present their position. This will be a start of the debate. After everyone, starting from Lithuanian representative, then going to Latvian and Estonian, after everyone have stated their primary position, we will turn to the questions and answer session. So every participant can raise a question for the presenter, and the speaker will have to immediately answer them. When opponents respond to answers, each speaker has 5 minutes for some quick follow-up. And this sequence will be repeated for all of three debaters. After all, I will ask every debater to present their closing statement for 2-3 minutes. And I hope that the debate will last for an hour and a half. And then we will turn to the commission, which will give her feedback. If everything is clear, we may start the debate. And now I'm giving the floor for Sergei, who will introduce his position first.
Yes, hello everyone once more, and thank you for the floor. So, dear distinguished jury, fellow colleagues, debaters, as well as the audience, it's first of all my honor to represent Lithuanian Youth Debate Association in this event, which is a part of the Conference for the Future of Europe. Well, and I would like to begin by opening this debate and by saying that it is an exceptional time to debate on the topic of defense right at the very moment when the external borders of EU are under an increasing threat, and leaders of Lithuania, Latvia, and Poland are in the talks about invoking Article 4 of NATO to deal with the forced migration crisis on the border. I think that one cannot resist but to contemplate whether it is not already too late to raise the question about the need of an EU army. A Eurosceptic would ironically point out that EU should be used to such type of a belated discussion, which has already been a case in dealing with COVID and migrant crisis. But I myself, as a supporter of closer EU integration, would say that I'm glad we missed that opportunity to discuss the EU army. Since there is undoubtedly a sense of urgency in dealing with the defense topic, I think it is fair to ask, how would an EU army help the EU right now? And what, if anything, is an EU army? The vague concept, which is hardly defined by anyone, is exactly the main concern here. What the situation demands right now is a functioning military force commanded by a pro-European leadership and capable of defending the territorial integrity of the EU states, deterring the enemy from attacking, and being resistant to the provocations. This is exactly how the Lithuanian and Polish military forces can be described at the moment, dealing with the security crisis on the border with Belarus. The patterns of illegal migration across Belarus-Lithuanian-Polish border will be unclear for the future, as well as the actions of authoritarian illegitimate leader of Belarus, and therefore the capabilities of the two member states to defend the integrity of the whole of the EU also remain somewhat uncertain. What an EU army stands for, who will command it, and more importantly, who will be part of this is still an open question. Standing for an EU army right now, and in this particular situation, is standing for something that does not exist. It is standing for nothing. And as Alexander Hamilton has once said, those who stand for nothing fall for anything. At the time of threat and uncertainty, we do not need big ideas, but practical and reliable solutions. Something that has already been created and proved to be effective, such as military cooperation and the primacy of the Atlantic Alliance in collective defense, which is confirmed in the EU treaties. It is highly irresponsible and naive to talk about something which is still up in the air while the house is burning. It is even worse to forget about the existing policies and existing solutions which already have been agreed upon, and these include launching a coordinated annual review and defense, which is also known as CARD, to enhance defense cooperation between member states, establishing a permanent structured cooperation, also known as PESCO, to strengthen defense cooperation among those member states willing to go further in this cooperation. Also, setting up a military planning and conduct capability, also known as MPCC, to improve crisis management structures. And of course, strengthening the EU's rapid response toolbox, including the EU battle groups and civilian capabilities. What I want to say is that common defense is a common sense, and it does not take much effort to get to this point. But returning to the idea of a European army, Europe has been here before. In the 1950s, then a French premier, René Plevat, proposed a plan for a European army as part of European defense community. Then as now, the idea is unrealistic. European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen's call on September 15th, as well as Jean-Claude Juncker's call 6 years earlier for an EU army, came from a sensible place. Yes, Europe does need to send Lukashenko and Russian President Vladimir Putin a strong signal about its resolve. But the EU also needs to secure its southern flank. Sure, Europe is threatened by instability and crisis, so it seems natural that the EU should be more united on defense. This is perhaps what the calls for an EU army are getting at, more union at a time when threats on European borders challenge European unity. It is much easier to call for an EU army than to create one. Beyond troops from various EU member states marching to a single European drum, any EU army would involve the creation of a single European defense market, a unified defense planning process, and a united approach to defense investments and research. Even if these steps are needed for the benefit of the EU and NATO, it's highly unlikely that they will happen anytime soon. The prospects for a common European army appear highly uncertain when weighed against the constraining elements of the current political, economic, and societal environment. And of course, against past experience too. The political reality is that armed forces are the core expression of national sovereignty. This is why NATO has no army of its own, only national forces. For most national defense ministries in Europe, EU defense policy is exactly that, a policy, not an integrationist project. And this policy clearly outlines the role of NATO in the collective defense. European army will make us simply choose between NATO and Europe and European army, and I don't think that states are currently ready to make this choice in favor of the European army. Instead of evoking federalist fantasies, EU member states should focus on their own military strength and intensify military cooperation inside the EU and NATO. The challenge for Europeans today is not to build an EU army. The challenge is to learn that military power cannot be wished away but must be dealt with. The EU already has the tools it needs to take these steps. The European Defence Agency can coordinate procurement, for instance. Perhaps the EU should consider establishing a new High Representative for Defence as the hard power partner to the current High Representative for Foreign Policy, who is more of a diplomat than a defence official. Governments will have to allow defence industrial consolidation to move forward and be less protective of national defence industries than it is right now. Most of all, EU member states must increase defence spending with the justification that spending will go to European companies and to the development of more high-tech defence industrial base. The organization of military forces will remain national, but the EU has all the prerequisites to be the global leader in coalition warfare if it so chooses. And finally, a rational step-by-step approach would confirm the evolutionary nature of the formation of the European Union. EU was neither proposed nor created in a day. The Schuman method enables the development of an economic union of just several countries to a supranational organization with its own legal order. This was only possible because of gradual integration founded on purely economic cooperation. The logic behind this is simple. First, countries have to establish a common goal and determine whether it is in their interests. Then concrete steps of integration can be implemented, making sure that it serves the common interest. And only after the step is completed at least several times, it is possible to talk about merging the existing mechanisms in the form of consolidation of treaties. The announcement of a supranational EU project in no way would appear politically attractive or feasible in the 50s, but the Schuman method definitely did. So let's follow this method and not fall into a trap of seeking immediate political dividends by nice announcements. Huge projects are not being created in a day. EU defense cooperation must be first and EU army second. And while my speaking time probably coming to an end, I would like to make my position short and clear. It is not my goal to make someone lost in the EU legal structure or specific mechanisms of cooperation. What I want to say is fairly simple. Europe needs to move forward in the sphere of common defense. And more importantly, Europe already has the infrastructure, the necessary legal frameworks, and even existing agencies, which are ready to implement the already drafted plans. The only thing that's missing is the political will. And for now, at the time of crisis, it seems that we are getting closer to having this political will and consensus. So let's not waste something that takes decades to build and a second to lose on empty words. Let's use it to enhance European military cooperation and make each EU member stronger. After all, we are united in diversity. Thank you.
Thank you, Sergei, for your opening statement. Before giving possibility to ask him questions, I would like to shortly intervene and introduce our third Commission member, Sigita Struberga, from Secretary General of Latvian Transatlantic Organization. It's very nice to welcome you during our debate.
Thank you very much, and my apologies for being late. Unfortunately, I had some problems with modem, and then lectures were going in. But I will try to jump in, and I got the idea, and I hope Sergei will not be very much against that I lost a little part of his speech, but I will try to get in as much as possible. And once more, sorry for being late.
It's okay. It was really very short part of the introductory part, so you will jump in. Now, Andres, Jana, you can ask your questions.
No questions from my part on this moment.
Jana?
Yes, a short question. You mentioned that you would like for the countries themselves to spend more on their defense, right? And what about the countries that do not have the financial capabilities to do this, or they don't have the need to do this, like especially smaller states? What about them?
Well, first of all, I would like to stress that me mentioning the need to increase spending on the military is related to the fact that I'm suggesting this as an alternative to creating a European army. In any case, all members of NATO, they contribute financially to this organization. And important in this financial contribution is the fact that it is proportional. So any state contributes part of its GDP. So hence, if the state does economically not so well or less well than in the past, the contributions will also diminish. I don't think that it is a particular burden, because as far as I'm aware, all states have some kind of a military budget. So my suggestion is to just be more cooperative in this case and use those military contributions to build some kind of military cooperation mechanisms rather than just drafting some vague and unclear ideas, which for the moment have no actual content and which is called an EU military.
So just for clarification, a military structure of sorts where each member state contributes to, not the national army itself.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Just for clarification that I understand your point correctly, you would like that that each member state of the EU contributes to the EU army, but it's not, it is clearly that this is the EU army, or?
No, I'm against the concept of EU army as such. I'm only proposing EU military cooperation, which is not the same thing as EU army. And I think that the contributions for defense are already made. They're made to the NATO. So NATO, by the way, is NATO forces are also integrated somehow in the European Union. The defense policy of the European Union by Article 42 of the Treaty of European Union is closely linked to the actions of NATO. So my only suggestion is, in this case, if we're talking about the military funding, that this funding is increased. If it will be increased, it already will be good. We don't need to establish an EU military to have a positive effect from the increase of the funding of the defense policies of all member states.
Okay, thank you for clearing that up.
Are there any other questions? If no, I can give a microphone for Andres for his opening statement.
Thank you very much for the floor. It's an honor to represent the German Baltic Youth Office and to be among such top debaters. So actually, I'll start by taking the very good points posed by my debate colleague, Mr. Sergei Stoma, which are the pragmatical, realistic points. He said, EU army is a realistic idea. We cannot take the things that are floating in the air while the house is on fire. And that is correct. But I would mention that the idea of EU itself was utopian 1 century before. If we took a German in the 19th century and said we would all use the same currency, it would certainly call us crazy. So when we think of a new army, it is very correct to think that it is not a solution for now. It's not a solution for the next 5 or 10 years, but it is a solution to think, or at least a concept to explore for the future. Because when we discuss the European Union, there's always the two camps of just a union or a more federalized union with more integrated functions. And I would say yes for an European Union army. I would say we need to have a collective army because we face collective threats. In the end, I'll expand more on this proposal, and you'll see my views and Mr. Stoma's views are not that different on the way it should be implemented. But I'll take the points back again and say, and really just rephrase it. Why the European Union doesn't have an army? I'll divide in 3 camps. First is logistics. It takes time, it takes money to standardize all the equipment, all the guns, all the uniforms, tanks, planes. The other point Mr. Stoma pointed out is the speed in existing treaties. So there are already existing treaties. They have existed for decades now. NATO, European Common Defense Cooperation, and of course the length, the need of time for us to implement a European Union army will take decades at least. And thirdly, the geopolitical aspects. Local governments or member states would fear that a European army would be used to threaten their sovereignty or to strong arm them into making internal decisions they do not agree with. Those are all problems because we still think on armies on outdated terms. We still think of armies on guns and soldiers and ammunition. When the geopolitical era we live in currently discourages open war. Let me ask you this. When was the last time there was a declared war between states in Western Europe? So Western Europe, just considering Yugoslavia and Georgia, it was 80 years ago in the Second World War. And since then, Europe has faced a different kinds of threats. And currently, those threats pose themselves as two types. Non-state actors, so those would be hackers, terrorists, political extremists, the kinds of groups an army couldn't openly fight against. Their modus operandi is to act and hide again in the population. The other type of threat faced by the European Union is the hybrid warfare. As we pointed out, the Belarus border crisis. We have states using unconventional tactics, unconventional manners to impose themselves and impose their opinions on this bloc, which an army is also not an answer. It is too aggressive. When Lukashenko flies in refugees to Belarus and pushes them to the Polish border and does not give them food, does not give them aid, and do not accept them back when they're refused at the border, he's clearly making a strategy to push the bloc around and to punish the bloc for the sanctions imposed in Belarus. But those are all threats, remember, those are all threats with no uniforms and no borders. Your objective is not to occupy or make a land war. It is to destabilize the bloc. So, and as we've seen with COVID, the Union in Europe can falter in times of crisis because we have no unified plan, we have no unified strategy, and even our intelligence agencies are disunified. So when we think, looking back at the pandemic, this beginning of the pandemic, we had countries having incomplete information and imposing restrictions, imposing sometimes senseless laws, because they didn't have the complete information and didn't have a plan as a bloc. And when we think about the situation, the pandemic, we had in the beginning months of the pandemic, a very big discussion about was it legal for countries to impose the restrictions considering they signed the Schengen Agreement. So looking at all those points, we see that even the existing treaties and existing pacts are not that complete yet. They're very good and they have worked so far. But when we think of the future, maybe it would be better to think on a localized, focused organization for the security of the bloc. And my proposal for the EU army would be based on NATO. It would not be an equal or not a substitute for NATO. It would be based on not having a unified branch for not having a unified organization for all the branches of the army, such as land, air, and sea, but just the command and control capabilities. So this would mean having the generals of each country working together, to have the specialist security specialists, cybersecurity, and pandemic specialists all working in the same, proposing the solutions to these kinds of threats. And as Mr. Stoma pointed out, it is a little bit problematic because we have those existing treaties, so why are we trying to create new ones? I would point out that those existing treaties are planned still on a Cold War mentality. They are still planned on land warfare and uniforms, and they are, as NATO by design was made, to be a geopolitical defense pact with this idea of member states having the freedom of action, defending each other, but for declared wars. We can take the Article 5 of NATO, of the Defense Pact, when an attack on one member is attack on all members. We can look back on the Afghanistan war and see how it played out in Europe. When the United States was attacked, the Article 5 was invoked, and still many member states of NATO were hesitant, first in Afghanistan and then in Iraq. So you can see that even the existing treaties, they do not truly have this focus on working together for the security of the bloc. They can be used for external threats, geopolitical external threats in the Middle East, etc. And therefore, they're hesitant to agree with them or to follow them. One other point is that NATO is not for European defense. It works for European defense, but it is not the objective. Member states in NATO, such as the US, have their own opinions, they have their own objectives, which may or may not be aligned with Europe. For example, the Belarusian border crisis, the United States so far hasn't made any direct action. Of course, they are standing with the European Union, but I doubt highly that they would take any direct action to solve it. To conclude a little bit my point, I would say yes, we need an European military, not in the sense of directly building an army, not building a standardized army, would of course take years of planning, take years of legislation and budget. I would rather propose military in the sense of those treaties all coming together in a very sensible and very direct and objective kind of regulation inside the EU. And one NATO, which I'm a deeply appreciator, but I must point out the flaws it has on European defense, is that not all EU member states or not all states in Europe wish to be NATO members and are not. So in the end, I would say yes, we need an European army. Yes, it will take years of planning. And my proposal would be to just focus on the command and control capabilities to answer and solve the threats that are unconventional, hybrid warfare and on-state actors. And I'll open for the questions here because I am sure there are lots of small things we could discuss on this idea.
Thank you, Andres. I would like Sergey and Yana ask your questions and encourage the discussion.
Okay, perhaps I can start. So thank you very much for your opening statement. I would like to first of all ask you, so what exactly is your definition of EU army, just to be clear once more?
In my opinion, a new army would sort of organize central command, not directly unifying the soldiers, not yet, at least not for the opening decades of this project. This would rather focus on making, when we have the different member states with their different command and control capabilities, so each one has their general, etc. It is not very different from your idea of having a European defense minister, or you made an European statement. But when I think of European defense policy as a whole, I think it to be less unified than it should be. So it is a more unified structure, still on this beginning idea, this beginning proposal, keeping their physical capabilities. So they would have their tanks, their guns still under control, all of the command and control structure being all put together in a standardized manner. Hope it cleared a little bit the idea.
Yes, thank you very much. And then my second question would be, since you proposed the idea, which I believe is in some way similar to the proposed military cooperation in my speech, don't you think that calling it an EU military, and considering the fact that unanimity is usually required in any decisions in the common security and defense policy of the European Union, don't you think that calling it a European army would diminish its political feasibility as a project in general?
That's a very good point. Thank you for pointing it out as well. As we've seen with the past couple of years, we have inside the European Union many people questioning or doubting the feasibility of the European Union project. So yes, calling it an European Union army can be a thing most people, at least on the headlines, would say, well, this is weird. I don't think I agree. So yes, we could think of another proposal, and which is why I say in the introduction, I think our points are very, very aligned. Only the way we propose the correct union, the strength of this structure differs. But yes, you're entirely correct.
And my third question, if I may. So I would like to ask you about the role of NATO, the current role of NATO, given the fact that the role of NATO is outlined both in the Treaty of European Union and even in the constitutions of several states. Do you think that idea of European army is compatible with the current functioning of NATO? If not, how this issue will be resolved? And also, don't you think that the European army functioning at the same time as NATO, as you also proposed, would result in some strategic conflict of strategic interests of those two organizations?
Also a very good point, which you mentioned more or less in the middle. My proposal of the European Union army is not to be a substitution of NATO. It's not a replacement of NATO of any sorts. NATO still works and will continue working as it has worked very well so far. But we cannot always be sure all the projects in NATO are, you can see some hesitancy, maybe because in our view as the Baltic States, we are very favorable generally towards NATO. When we think of countries such as the Czech Republic or that they want to be involved in projects as we have taken in Afghanistan, as the is to rebuild the army. So I think when we think of an European Union army, I think we need to focus on this very localized kind of answer, this localized type of solution. That the idea is to really solve problems such as the Belarus border crisis and not take our member states into projects outside this continent. So I do not think there would be a conflict of interest since, as we've seen inside NATO, the objective of NATO is defending the member states. The objective of this European Union army would also be defending the member states. And there's also a plus maybe. Currently, if you follow the recent 2016 NATO summit, which President Macron called NATO brain dead organization, which I disagree with, you have to take his position, his viewpoint. And he's not saying NATO doesn't work. He's saying that NATO is still this Cold War organization, which has different member states, each on their own action, each taking their own objectives. And even more, as we've seen with President Macron said, and there is some hesitancy between American and European ideas of defense. As we've seen in 2018 with Germany and Trump and President Donald Trump from the United States having different viewpoints on how Europe pipeline. So I do not think they have obligatory objectives, but they need to complement each other in a more localized manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Andres. Maybe Jana also have any questions for the Andres.
Thank you for your points. I do not have any questions because my viewpoint is very similar. So it's almost, yeah.
Love to hear you.
Okay, so yeah, so if there are no questions to be asked, I can give for Jana to present her statement.
Okay, thank you. I hope the internet connection will continue working throughout this presentation. Well, hello everybody. Thank you for this opportunity, and maybe it would be useful to know this is my very first debate on such a topic. So just so you are aware of this. Some of you might have already noticed my name. It's very typically German, but I have both Estonian and German citizenship. I've grown up in Germany, and in this debate, since I'm representing Estonia, I'm going to be speaking from an Estonian perspective about this matter. So this is a viewpoint that I'm operating from. So do I think the EU army would be beneficial, a beneficial idea or thought? And in terms of military power, yes, I believe it would be an advantage for the EU to have this kind of established EU army. It would be a strong symbol to others. And what are those others? Well, geographically, this would be Russia, because Russia is our closest European neighbor, Eurasian neighbor, and the current EU-Russia relations are not really in the best spot. You could call it a deadlock politically, I guess. And we kind of need to be showing that, well, we are here, we have something besides NATO. We are aware of this military gap, you could say. In case there were a military attack, a physical one by Russia, the Baltic states would be directly affected. So it would be in Estonian interest to have an EU army. Later on why. And also without the EU, the member states on international level have little to no international influence, and the same applies to the European army in terms of military power. So advantages for the EU itself. It puts EU defense in European hands. So of course the alliance with NATO will remain. It's very important. But we have seen with the era of Trump, the presidency of Trump, what will happen in a few hundred years, what will happen in the future. We need to be able to act in terms of military power independent from NATO. It will also allow the EU quicker responses and flexibility in times of crisis. We would increase EU credibility on a world stage, and we would be showing, okay, European integration does work. We can put all of these many different cultural clashes, we can have clashes in language, we can put those together, we can show this does work. The European idea, utopia, works. But also increase European cooperation within Europe. When we send young people, conscripted soldiers to other countries to work together with people from other EU member states, then they would be learning about each other, and we would have a generation of people that has worked closely together with each other, and maybe this would be the birth of a new generation of European citizens. Also, another thought, food for thought, is that neutral countries like the Nordics, like Sweden or Finland, they are not NATO members, but maybe they would be more inclined to join the EU army, whatever it might look like. And speaking of smaller states, like the Baltic states, well, the Estonian army has very little manpower, and even with mandatory conscription, that is not enough. Estonian military tactics focus mostly on defense, and they focus on working together and cooperating with their allies. NATO, in this case, the enhanced forward presence plan by the NATO is one thing that is like planned in this. Also, the equipment in the Estonian army or the other smaller states do not have the technological capabilities to go against the biggest state. So an EU army would have this technological military technology. It would have financial resources, and everything would be put together. So if one state specializes in this type of military technology, the other one might have something else. So put together, this would make for a well-rounded army. Now, of course, there are some problems. First and foremost is that the EU defines itself as a normative power with clear norms and mostly focus on things like peace and human rights. But this would change to a military power. The EU would also be a military power, and this will change people's perception of the EU. It's a clear signal to countries like Russia, or also to our allies of the EU as a military power. And Russia might even see it as a provocation. And we would have maybe some issues with NATO as well. So NATO might be disapproving of this. So this is something to also keep in mind. Also, we have constitutional issues in some countries. Some countries might not have the right kind of laws allowing for such an army. And also, do we have the necessary infrastructure? What about the organization of the army? What about language? What about communication? And my opinion on this is like, first, we have to have proper planning. We have to have the proper structure and a certain plan where every member state agrees on. This is very hard to establish. Like, this is very, very hard to do on a EU level. So maybe if some member states are allowed an opt-out of certain military, not attacks, but things that might be happening, if they can opt out of it, maybe this would change your opinion on your army. Also, what about common languages? Well, world language would be English and also within the EU, but would that be acceptable everywhere? I think yes. The French Foreign Legion has shown it's possible, and this is a possibility for sure. Also, you would have to allow for changes in national laws. You would have to make fair requirements, fair quotas for all EU countries in terms of financial support, in terms of technology support, how many people will be conscripted, is there mandatory conscription? This will all have to be cleared up in advance. This will take a long time. Also, we would have to clear things up with our allies on international level, especially with NATO, especially, and we would have to allow for innovations. And later, maybe we could use this as peacekeeping to bring further the EU idea and defend EU interests. Just a quick remarks for the end. This was purely about military power. I was not addressing things like cybersecurity. Like, I believe that a task force of cybersecurity that protects critical institutions and infrastructure, I believe this would be very, very important, because we see it more and more often. We have cyber attacks, and I only believe that this will increase. Also, this fundamental aspect of like allowing all of these changes, all of these movements that have to happen for this, I don't think it might be possible now, but maybe in a few generations, when the EU has become closer, the EU has become more united, then maybe this would be a possible goal. It's a bit of a utopian thought, but the possibility is there. The EU itself was also, like the Latvian representative said, yes, it was a utopia, but it is possible. And until this happens, our current world is very globalized. We have the liberal trade, and an interdependent world is less likely to come to military escalation, because quite frankly, it might hurt the economic interest. So until we have this European army, we might be able to hold off. So yeah, this would be my presentation.
Thank you, Jana. Does anyone have any questions or remarks or comments, or maybe clarifications? Yes, Andres.
So there was a very interesting point in your speech when you mentioned soldiers learning with each other, this new generation of Europeans coming from the army soldiers in each country, in your proposal of the EU army. But you did mention they would be conscripts, or is your idea of the European army voluntary based? Because this would impose different kinds of regulation in countries.
Well, good point, thank you. That would depend on what the member states agree on. I mean, some member states of the EU have mandatory conscription. Estonia is one of those. Some don't. Like Germany, we no longer have this there. And it would depend on what the EU member states agree on. What do I personally think? Personally, I think it should be a choice, but maybe as not a part of conscription, but maybe as like a gap year that allows people to make a choice, to make a contribution to society as part of maybe some sort of voluntary work, that young people after 18 and they finished with their school, that they're given the opportunity to go abroad for a year in another EU member state. And that was my time for my presentation, I'm sorry. That they're given the opportunity to work in another country, to discover another EU member state. And I think this conscription, if it is agreed upon, would be part of this bigger thought of this. But that is just my own personal idea.
Can I make another question upon this idea of having this gap year? Because I know, and maybe the rest can correct me if I'm wrong, I know that in Germany, when you're in high school, you have this kind of obligatory social time At least most of my friends have done it, usually in social kind of organizations. So do you think this would be equivalent? Could this be the same type of time? Because it was a very interesting proposal, in my opinion.
I think what you are talking about is the conscription, or you go into a social service, I assume, like in healthcare or with elderly care. I assume this is what you were talking about. This is no longer the case. This no longer applies in Germany. But yes, I guess it would be very similar to this, but more among the thoughts of a bigger inter-European thing. So the focus is really to give you the opportunity to go to a different part in the EU and to understand what it is all about. That is sort of the thought behind it. But yeah, I guess it is very similar, just without this like European component and the European idea behind this. But I think there was like more on a national level. Okay.
Sergey, any questions?
Yes, of course. So coming back to the ideas of conscription and generally how the EU army would function. So you just clarified some details on that, but I just wanted to ask, don't you think that it's kind of contrary to the whole idea of the army? Because armies are usually based on the idea that citizens, they serve in the army of their own country and they defend their own country, or they at least serve the interests in their country. And that's how it's working right now with the NATO and military cooperations. So yes, technically, military forces can be sent on some missions, but it's being done with the consent of that state. So don't you think if we have this EU army, there will be probably just no incentive for the people to serve in that? And I think it's raises some ethical considerations whether it is good to conscript people to an army which doesn't even serve any particular state. So then it raises the questions of interest, of maybe of conflict of interest, even for those who are serving this army.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Interesting thought. Well, I see this with my brother, who is currently in the Estonian army, conscripted there, and the conscripted forces of the Estonian army. And I have seen this multiple times with the my friendship circle. This is my personal experience, of course. This might not reflect the reality. Is that the people that go there usually do not like do the most like. They don't see their time there as very productive. So even if they're conscribed there, if they're forced to go there, then they might not see this as a positive thing or as a positive experience. So I think rather than forcing people to go, you should make it a choice, but a choice where you really do have a choice, because this is why there should be an alternative in form of like a social service. So you have the choice also to do something, but you have to do something for society. Because I think that somebody that like serves in the army and somebody that like helps the elderly in the healthcare department, well, this is both serving society. So they should have a choice. But democracy is all about participation. Democracy is all about like having your own standpoint and participating actively. So this would allow this chance to participate however you might want. And also, do they want to be in the European army? I think yes, because if you allow the people, you need to create incentives, of course. You need to maybe maybe some sort of educational path for them, or maybe some sort of special way for it. Needs to have some sort of advantage for them, of course. Maybe a good salary. Healthcare is not a problem here in Europe mostly. In the US it would be, but these kinds of incentives need to be there. And I think if these incentives are there, then the people will follow.
Thank you very much for this detailed answer, but I would still like to inquire a bit further in that. You rightly mentioned that the basis of democracy is participation. But the basis of effective military, which we're talking about, I think, is planning, the ability to plan and ability to define strategic interests. So could you explain how this army, creation of which is based on a choice, and also considering that not all countries have this mandatory military service as Lithuania or Estonia. So how then those countries which don't have that, how this choice opportunity to choose will be implemented? Or do you mean by saying a choice that all countries will have some quotas for which, if they don't find willing people, they will just hire them with a salary and have a contractor army? How is this going to work? Because the army, in my understanding, has to be able to plan, at least, well, its size.
So, okay, maybe I didn't make my point clear enough of how I think the structure is supposed to be. Well, of course, you would have the typical career soldier. You would have, of course, the structure of a typical army inside there. And you would have some sort of European hiring program for this and to see who is qualified. And I don't think necessarily that there has to be a quota. Of course, this is a bit dangerous because it can create like maybe one country in particular joins the army, members of the country, but I don't think that there needs to be a quota. And the conscription, yes, okay, then let's say the conscription has is like on top, that we say we have a percentage of soldiers that are career soldiers that have this is their main job, this is their main career, and then you have additionally conscribed soldiers who do this as like a choice between somehow serving society. I think maybe this would work.
But don't you think in this case that the current arrangements which are defined in the Berlin Plus agreements are more effective in that case, because EU members can simply send their own military on EU missions and complete all the planning, and well, it's essentially the same thing, but just it doesn't require to form a new army, but use existing defense forces. Don't you think this is just more simple and feasible idea which is already working?
Of course, yeah, we could stay with this, but EU integration, you can always take it a step further. You can always be more integrated with your member states, and you can always be more united. And I just, politically, one EU member state cannot survive in the international relations realm. They cannot do anything politically. And maybe this will also apply to the military sphere. So it would be a very strong symbol, I believe. And it would also be a symbol to our allies like NATO that they do not hold all the power, that we are also a significant part of the NATO, and this is like our additional on top. And this is what allows maybe more autonomy, and it would allow more flexibility, and we would also be able to react faster. And I mean, some EU armies, like Estonia, for example, are not that technology-wise, they're not very advanced. And if you put all of these resources, some armies specialize in this, some specialize in this. Nobody really nowadays needs a very strong military, like nobody needs it at the moment. Hopefully not soon, but at the moment not. So if you put all of this together and then creates this symbol of European integration, our idea works, then maybe this would be something.
Thank you very much. And I would have one more question. In your speech, you mentioned that some EU member states are currently not members of NATO. And you also said that perhaps an EU army would be an alternative for them, which they could join contrary or would like to join contrary to the example of NATO. Could you say at least one reason why countries such as Austria or Sweden, which are not members of NATO, would like to join the EU army while not joining the NATO?
Same point. Well, member states that do not want to join the NATO are countries, to my knowledge, please correct me, it's Sweden and Finland in particular. Sweden in particular with neutrality, and Finland has this kind of special position of being geographically close to Russia and sharing the border with Russia. And well, because of the Second World War, what happened during these historical times, Finland is not really allowed to kind of show that they're kind of this gateway in international relations between the East and the West. Finland has often been the negotiator. For example, in the Kosovo crisis, they have been the one that was the president back then, the Finnish president, was negotiating on the behalf of the EU. And in the Kosovo crisis, I think that was very nicely solved. Russia did not want to negotiate with the NATO at all. They had no interest in that, but they had an interest in negotiating with the EU itself. It was, well, this no longer applies, sadly. The EU-Russia relations are not so good anymore. We are in the deadlock and this kind of negative sphere, but back then, EU was kind of the acceptable face of the West. So what Russia might react to is that a country like Sweden or a country like Finland joins NATO. I mean, of course, they already cooperate, but it's not official. And the official stance will be one of neutrality, but informally they will want to join, simply to like have the security against their potentially aggressive neighbor. So yes, they would probably be able to join a EU army, but not a NATO army, because it would be simply too dangerous for them. It would interrupt this kind of precarious balance that they have.
Thank you very much. And well, my last remark on this topic. So, well, I'm not so well aware about possible policies of Sweden and Finland, but I think I can definitely say something about Austria, which is also not a NATO member. And I think for Austria, it will be the completely similar situation, because Austria is not a member of NATO, not because it doesn't agree to its stance or some kind of political reasons, but simply because it's neutral according to its constitution. So I believe the issue would be completely similar. And once again, I then would like to come back to the point that any development in common security and defense policy requires unanimity of the states. So I believe that in this case, taking into consideration the neutrality of some of the EU states, not just political stance, but specifically neutrality, the project of European army is then not so feasible as opposed to simple military cooperation. But thank you very much for your answers.
Well, to this point, I believe this stance of neutrality will change in the upcoming years. Maybe not now, maybe not tomorrow, but in the next, let's say 50 to 100 years, like relations between EU and Russia are not getting better. And it is kind of necessary to make it, to have your allies. So I believe that countries like Austria, Finland, and Sweden at some point will have to abandon their neutrality. They cannot maintain it. They have done so for a long time. And I believe in Sweden, it's like a question of, do we keep this neutrality? Do we not internally in the political realm? But yeah, I don't think they will maintain it for very much longer. So at some point, there might be a rethinking. And if at the same time the EU moves closer together, then I believe there's a possibility for this. Not today, not tomorrow, but maybe the day after tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
If there are no other reacts, I would like to start the round of the closing and summing up statements of yours. You can take 2 to 3 minutes to sum up your overall positions, taking into account everything that was said and was debated between you three. I guess Sergei may start.
Okay, thank you for the floor once again. So our debate is coming to an end. And I have to say that, well, one very positive thing about this debate is that we all three unanimously agree that there is a need of some kind of development in the sphere of defense policy. And we also unanimously agree that there is a need for more cooperation between EU member states on the defense. But I nevertheless would like to stick to the point that we have to be very careful and cautious about how we call it. And I think it's, in a way, even a bit funny that we are actually debating the title here, not so much the content. But I think it's nevertheless very important, because it would be really a pity not having this military cooperation implemented only due to the fact that some countries decided to stick to the concept of European army. This concept is unfeasible due to many reasons, the main one being that or the current functioning of the area of common security and defense in the European Union, which requires unanimity. The second problem I see is that this concept is very vague and lacking content. So I think that instead of proposing such a broad idea, we should propose concrete measures, and then it would be easier even for the states to evaluate if they agree to such policies and such integration or not. So I think politically, talking about military cooperation would be much more feasible. Also, I would like to point out the several other things that were mentioned by my opponents. You talked about an EU military as a symbol of stronger Europe. Well, I believe that this can be interpreted in many ways. I think that enemies, military enemies or future possible enemies could also interpret this as European Union being unsure about its defense policy and being unsure about its contribution to the NATO. So I think we have to be clear on that. And well, my last point I want to make is that especially in the area of defense, what is important is consistency and continuity of the policy. Many states declared their allegiance to NATO and define their policy for the coming decades. I think that changing that and proposing some kind of new unclear structures really disbalances that. What we need is responsible planning and ability to react here and at the moment. European idea of European army is not ready for the time. And my only proposal is to get a bit more ready for that and then only discuss when we have actual military cooperation implemented in place. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sergei, for your position, for your sum up. Maybe we can jump to Andres.
Yes, thank you very much. As I mentioned in the beginning, it's an honor to be in this debate, especially with such good debaters and many good points being said. And many, I'll just retake the arguments a little bit to conclude. As my colleague, Mr. Stoma, pointed out, there's an endless irony here as we discuss the title of the European Army rather than the content. And I'll agree with him that we need to view on the practicalities. We need to think, especially from his point of view, in the short term, in the feasible conclusions. But I still make my point that even though I agree with him on this case, I think we should still study and prospect this idea of an European Union army, whatever form it may come. In my opinion, this multinational force, if it existed maybe as my other colleague Jana mentioned, as this really union of soldiers with conscripts coming from all countries, we could maybe have a better response maybe on the Belarus border crisis, as we have many countries with many different nationalities trying to help those immigrants. And yes, there is, as Mr. Stoma said, there are unethical and practical cases of conscripting people. Why serve an army, or maybe voluntary work? Why serve an army that doesn't serve your country? I would point down that it comes down to a vision of the European Union as should it further integrate or should it remain as is, more devised? In my opinion, as a citizen of Latvia, I think being a citizen of Latvia also means I'm a citizen of Europe. It is also my country, even though I do not have the same allegiance currently to it. And I think with time, as we've seen, just taking a small example from the United States pre-Civil War, in which countries in the United States, the armies in the United States were made by the states. So the Army of Virginia, the Army of New York. This mentality changed, and so can ours. And finally, I would say this is a very interesting discussion. It's a very, now, as we've seen this past few weeks, as I was preparing for the debate, I saw the Belarus border crisis increasing. And I said, this is really the best time to discuss those things. This is really the best time for us to, as European citizens, as debaters, as organizations, to sit and think what we need for our bloc. And it's great to be here. So thank you, Sergei. Thank you, Jana, as well, for very good points.
Thank you for your contribution, Andres, and final closing word by Jana.
Thank you to everybody for this very interesting experience. Some great points were brought up. I really enjoyed the discussion. Well, I think I kind of stand by my point that a united Europe is good for everybody, in the sense that the European project was to integrate closer together over time, and this is just another step, I believe, or maybe even the ultimate step. So the sooner we start, the better maybe it will become, because we cannot do this today. We have too many hurdles like neutrality, the constitutions, the laws. how we will do this, how will we plan this, how will the logistics look like, the cooperation look like. So this is not a question of today, this is a question for the future. So I think this is a great idea to discuss now and how it will look like. And in the future might even become more relevant. And maybe something that we did not discuss today, but I think nonetheless is quite important, is a societal security and soft power, which I believe is maybe a bit more relevant nowadays. So this is maybe something where the European Union should also closer cooperate on. Yeah, I believe that would be all from my point. There's not much I can add. Everything has been said, I believe.
Thank you, Jana. Thank you all three representatives of the Baltic States, Sergei, Andres, and Jana. It was very interesting to listen to you, although the positions have been rather similar than different. Now I'd like to invite the Commission members to share with us the feedback they have on your performance and on your debate. Maybe someone wants to volunteer and start first. Yep.
Yep. Hello, I think I can start. First of all, thank you again that I, as a grandfather, can participate in a debate of youth. That's for me, as a 63-year-old guy, something special. Thank you. And in this kind, it's also the first time that I do something like that. All what I will say now is more subjective from my point of view. How I've seen it might be somebody else will see it different. So that's all. And what I will mention for all of you, and then later to everybody, as I said, it's my opinion, and it's not so much looked on the contents. It's more looked of your performance and your presentation, how you did it. Points for all of you. You all did a very good job. I could feel that you prepared yourself, that you are on the topics. You traded each other fair. You didn't get personality if you had another opinion. This is totally correct and fine. And this you do not find very often in, for example, TV debates when politicians, different parties are discussing each other. So that's fine. And that's actually my point of view, how you can develop something like that. All of you showed that you had respect to the counterpart and that you argue all on the same level and nobody is better or less. That was quite obvious and was quite good to see you. I also said that, already mentioned, that you all were prepared and were actually on the topic. And even all of you three are different characters, and your approaches were a little different one. And I will come to it one by one. And as I said, it's only my personal view. Starting with Sergei, your performance was quite clear and strict and going to the point. You give a lot of statement and information on a very calm way, actually very informative. You did a good balance of pro and contra, explained quite good what you meant. Sometimes it was like a little that you did a prepared speech, that you read something like that. It's from the impression. And it always depends on which debate you are and which surroundings, which people you would address. So that's not a bad view or something. It's just what I mentioned, how you did it. And definitely in some discussion, this as an introduction might be the perfect way, as it's always dependable on whom you will address. Sometimes your pronunciation and sorry for my English, I'm also not a native English speaker, so it's also for me something a little more difficult to find it the right way in the English language. Your speech or your bringing over the information was sometimes a little monotone, and sometimes you could improve a little more with gesture, and in middle perhaps sometimes show a little more emotion. Otherwise, it might be dangerous for the audience that he does not listen too close, because if a language or if a voice is always on the same level, then the danger, at least, is that somebody will lose interest sometime. And this definitely wouldn't be worse, because what you said was very, very informative and very good. Yeah. Sometimes you pushed perhaps too much information in too short and in too long sentences, but this is only from the performance. But the content itself was very good. And what was also what I found out very good, that you answered the question you were given directly and clear, and everybody understood what you mean. That's actually for me a very good performance. And by the way, what could be, especially for you, from all these three, could be for you be a very good job beside the participant for debate, which you did very good. But I think you would be even a better moderator. That's from your kind of type. I think it might be that's what it's holding in your mind as well. But well done, thank you, Andres. You were a little different type of character. You showed a little more emotion, and as you see from my movement, you were all the guy which also tried to explain, very engaged. Sometimes it was a little difficult, sometimes to follow your thoughts. Sometimes you jumped into the thoughts of what you presented on my point. It might be also perhaps that I'm not the best English speaker, but definitely you showed that you were interested in your topic, that you try to convince, convince also by arguments and by not so much by explanation, but by words. Yeah. You have a clear means and direction, what we said. You definitely want to send a message. That was mentioned, and then I noted. Yeah. Sometimes you tense a little bit if you were asked or explain something to go too much from information into speculation. But this also depends on who's your guest and what you want to say. That's not a critic, just an explanation what I have seen. And definitely I find out you're convinced about your opinion and you want to convince other people about that. So also well done. Jana, gut gemacht. Ein paar Worte in Deutsch. Wunderbar, also klar, aber ich gehe jetzt wieder ins Englische, damit das jeder versteht. Well done. You have a clear opinion about what you are saying. At the beginning, perhaps you should have explained a little more what is your idea, and from the start, and to give a little background, to give a little foundation in order to start and to perform and present your thoughts. From the character, from the type, you're more the type who wants to explain and try to convince by explaining. Of course, the contents, what you said was totally correct and totally right. And as I mentioned, with Sergei, he's the guy who gave information. Andrei was the guy who tried to convince by his body, and you were the guy who wanted to convince by explanation, and you did this in a very good way. The approaches were very good and very exactly. sometimes you could address the audience a little more direct to either to the other debatants or to the audience, and look at them and address them. I want to have to know that you know that, or this is my opinion about that, and give a more direct view to them. What you definitely also showed very positively, that you announce, or what you really sent the message that you do not want to manipulate somebody else. You want to convince him, and this is what I found out. And also the same, the question you were given, you answered in a direct and good way, in order to already to try to give the correct answer, and at least to be convinced that the guy who took the question understood you. This was well done. And as assumption for all of you, respect in your young age, to do a job like this is not very normal and not everyday business in your age. And again, thank you as a Opa, as a grandfather, to participate in that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kremer, for your very insightful feedback, personalized. I guess that our participants will use it maybe in the future. I guess it has a big value for you as debaters. Now, maybe I'll ask my colleague Adam Roževič to give his feedback and his comments.
So, thank you very much for everybody for quite a good discussion. I really enjoyed listening, and I believe this discussion, as you all mentioned, this is very important in the context of the future of the European Union. As a Europe, as a continent, how are we proceeding to the future? How are we interpreting our military forces, our deterrence mechanism? And I believe this discussion shows that there are quite good ideas. These discussions are very necessary, even amongst very young people, because sometimes we see military affairs as something that's only reserved for the decision makers or older and more I don't know, people of status. But I believe that speaking about the security, defense, deterrence is very, very important, and to understand these processes is important also for young people. So I enjoyed listening to both of three of you. I really thought that all of you made maybe sometimes very, very similar points, but each of you had some unique way and perspective how to diverge the attention of and maybe gain some attention and be a bit more unique from each other. But even though the context was quite similar and the points were sometimes similar, but you managed to touch upon some points that are very important, and I really enjoyed that all of three of you had. I could say that you have prepared and you have knowledge about this topic and knowledge even about the military affairs. I really enjoyed that you had quite big attention to the details. For example, the mentioning the standardization of, for example, of various weaponry. This is a very important topic for European Union, if we are speaking about the military affairs. So maybe if I could very shortly and briefly tell the individual feedback from Sergey. I really enjoy listening to you. I enjoy your flow. How to say, maybe I would agree with the lieutenant that maybe it was sometimes quite monotonous, but that monotonous maybe was in the good sense that it was quite good all the time. Basically, I enjoy how you presented the various historical facts and maybe getting back to the history as your ground for argumentation. I think that was quite good. Good, but also I saw that maybe at the very end you were trying to connect some logical dots that were not necessarily connected to the very end. For example, as we will have discussions after the implementation of various policies regarding the military affairs. I would say that the discussions are usually taken before the implementation, but nonetheless, your presentation was very fluent, very argumentative, and also I would like to compliment you about very good and very precise questions that you have asked other participants. And I think this is quite a good and constructive way to question another's logic, and our arguments. But you have done very well. I quite enjoyed listening to you, and your first impression was very, very, very good. You started on a very strong basis. Also, Andrei, I would also agree with the lieutenant that your body language was quite expressive, and I believe this is a good thing because it takes attention and it makes a person to listen to you, and it is also a very good way. I liked how you mentioned that standardization of, for example, of weaponry or other systems. I think this is quite very good attention to details that maybe not a lot of people who are not involved directly with the military knows about, but it shows that you have prepared and you had very good arguments, and it's quite good that you had those facts underneath, and just like you could show them, and the way you presented also showed that you're quite also you're quite confident about your idea, because I understand this this is quite a difficult topic to talk about. There's a lot of noise about this topic, and to have the maybe the courage and not to agree that we need a European army 100% and that's it. To have this a little bit more intricate point that maybe there is compatibility with NATO and so on. I think this is very good sign that shows that, and this is also for three of you, that is quite good analysis of the topic, and you know the topic, and you know that this is a very difficult topic, and there's a lot of controversy about this topic. So yes, Andrei, I also very enjoyed your presentation, and I believe that there has been some very strong points made. Maybe also as about the critique, sometimes it was not. Some points were very good at the very beginning, but at the very end they did not get the final argumentation that could have gotten. I believe that when you make a good argument, you make a grand entrance, but then you need to keep those arguments going. And I think that would make even better better presentation of your arguments. So, but nonetheless, thank you. It was very nice to listen to you. Jana, it was really nice introduction. I just liked how the way you very honestly said that this is the first time you're talking about this topic, and I very, very much appreciate the honesty, and I also noticed that you had quite a lot of preparation, and you checked about the countries, you check about the history, why countries some join NATO, why not join EU, and so on. Maybe this is quite good, quite good sign that you have prepared. Your explanation was quite good, and I would also agree 100% with the lieutenant that your modus operandi was not to show, for example, a more not more assertive position, but more explanative position. You would like to present still cold facts, and you would not leave, for example, your opponent any way to maneuver, because those facts are quite universal. Even though those facts, I do not critique the facts themselves, but I would say that if you had a little bit more of those facts at the very end, you would just you could dominate basically with those facts. And even though, for example, that some people are very good at making argument, you would make that argument with the facts that could not be argued with, basically. But also, I believe that all of you made very, very good presentation. Those points that you touched upon there, they are very important, and those points are touched upon even by the leaders of European Union, and we can see that there is a lot of discussion going on about this topic, and I believe this topic will be relevant, how to find this European identity when we are speaking about the military affairs, especially deterrence and security. So I would like to congratulate three of you. You were very strong. I believe that in the future you will get even more stronger with your argumentation, and it will be very hard to be opponent in a discussion with you. So thank you very much, and I wish you good luck.
Thank you, Adam, for the feedback and for the great wishes for future of our participants, and also for the future of Europe. And last but not least, dear Sigita, please share your thoughts on how our debate went today.
Yeah, thank you very much, first of all, to European Eastern Studies Center for inviting me, and I really enjoyed to be with you here today. Thank you, Dorota, for organizing. It was very well done, and also thank you very much, Andrei, Sergey, and Yana, because it is really brave to be part of such a discussion on such a hard topic, and to be so good on this topic. I wish our politicians would be so good on this topic for argumentation at certain moments. I do really think that this type of discussions should be made, especially between young people, because we older ones, actually, we usually speak about past. We experts, we academics, we are reflecting on past. You guys are learning from past and building the future. For this reason, I'm really happy to hear that we have so competent builders of the future. But when it comes to discussion, like in more detailed manner, I really don't like to criticize or something. But indeed, this time there was not so much to criticize, because each of you were really good. So I will start with Sergey. Sergey, you really demonstrated good understanding and knowledge of terminology. Like, you really used right terms and the right way and right places, so I enjoyed it. You had really good focused questions, and I really saw where you are going to go with those questions. And also, I think it was great that you also attached ethical issues, which was also part of needed to be attached. And for me, it was important also to see that you demonstrated the difference between understanding of how democracy is going and what means military, because it is a bit different when you talk about military discipline and democratic processes. What else? What I liked at the end of your speech, that you found this common for all of you three, and you demonstrated how all three positions actually are about your position. So it was a good way how to try to win the debate. And at the end, I had the feeling that you have really clear message. You gave many details, and at some moment maybe too much details, but it was clear that you know all that, which was great. Andres, thank you for giving a bit more emotions than Sergey gave. And you also mentioned facts and certain interpretations of facts, of historical one and political. For me, it was a bit painful that when you were talking about Nord Stream 2, as I understood, you mentioned Trump, but you didn't mention Biden. And then this is about knowing a bit more context, right? And also you demonstrated knowledge about a number of domains, which is important when we talk about military. But to be honest, I'm not military, but for me, it was unclear this putting together those who represent different domains and put together one common control, how it's going to work. For me, it was unclear. I'm not military. Probably military, I don't know, lieutenant maybe understood clearly, but unfortunately for me, it was not that easy, and probably more clear message would help for those who are not so much into this. And yes, you had a clear message, but if Sergey had too many details in your speech, I missed some details, maybe some more details, but it is also about approach. But anyway, it was very interesting, and I was I would say that your speech made me to follow to each word you say. You kind of got me into what you were saying, and this is great if speaker has such ability to go into the listener. So Jana, I just love that you start with rationality. It is so important, I think, and it was really good start. I saw that you have a lot of knowledge, but at certain moments I had a feeling that you didn't use all the knowledge you have actually. And I was happy also to hear, and I think it's a great strategy to underline that you are representing Estonia. But then after you said that Estonia is not technologically developed, I'm afraid that Estonians at that point would be like crazy about such sentence if we know the message which Estonians usually are sending, right? And you could use this position of small state more stronger, because we Baltic states, we small states, have a lot to say about common security strategies. And you could use argumentation about this small state argumentation more. But still, it was really, really good. And there was Trump again, and it was again painful for me, because while Trump was here, was in his place, nothing wrong happened with 3 Baltic states, let's be honest. And for this reason, yeah, this is interpretation of facts. But the final, again, I just loved your final sentence about societal security, because it's so important. Even if we talk about defense at certain moment, societal security also comes in, and it demonstrates the further direction for discussions, a very important direction for discussions. For this reason, it was great that you demonstrated us a way where to continue to discuss. So for this reason, again, thanks to all of you. I really enjoyed your discussion. I wish I would see more students debating on the level you do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sigita, for your comments, especially for the ones on the content side, that it's really easy to omit some facts, but for future and for the whole picture, we should pay the attention for details, which I guess was one of the main achievements of today's debate. I want to thank all the commission members, all the participants. I hope that you had a nice and valuable time spent debating the question of does the European Union really need to have a common European Union army? I may announce that the debate is closed. I am happy that our event of Baltic States Youth Debate has taken place today in the larger framework of the Conference on the Future of Europe. I encourage you all to take part in this project, to visit the website and share your ideas on how Europe should develop in its future. Thank you all and have a nice afternoon.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.